Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos. No nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos. No nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos. No nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos. No nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
When it gets into this whole issue of border security, who's going to say that the borders are secure? We've got the House and the Senate debating this issue, and it's really astonishing that in a country founded by immigrants, immigrant has somehow become a bad word. So the debate rages on, and we continue.
Just like that, it's over. We tend to our women. We count on dead. Black and white soldiers wonder alike if this really means freedom. Not yet.
I got 1 job, 2 job, 3 when I need them. I got 5 roommates in this one studio, but I never really see them. And we all came America trying to get a lap dance from Lady Freedom. But now Lady Liberty is acting like Hillary Banks with a prenup. Man, I was brave, sailing on graves. Don't think I didn't notice those tombstones disguised as waves. I'm no dummy. Here's something funny. You could be an immigrant without risking your lives, or crossing these borders with thrifty supplies. All you gotta do is see the world with new eyes.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
We get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
It's a hard line when you're an import, baby boy. It's hard times when you ain't sent for it. Races feed the belly of the beast with they pitchforks. Rich chores done by the people that get ignored. Ya se armó, ya se despertaron. It's a whole awakening. La alarma ya sonó hace rato. Los que quieren buscan, pero nos apodan como vagos. We're the same ones hustling on every level. Ten los datos. Walk a mile in our shoes. Abróchense los zapatos. I've been scoping y'all dudes. Y'all ain't been working like I do. Why y'all work ya? It hurts ya. You claim I'm stealing jobs. Oh, Peter Piper claimed he picked them. He just underpaid Pablo. But there ain't a paper trail when you living in the shadows. We America's ghost riders. The credit's only borrowed. It's a matter of time before the checks all come. But
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
We get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job. Yeah.
it's America's Ghost Riders. The credits only borrowed, it's America's Ghost Riders. The America's Ghost Riders. The America's Ghost Riders. The credits only borrowed. America's Ghost Riders. The credits only borrowed, it's America's Ghost Riders. The credits only borrowed, it's America's Ghost Riders. The credits only borrowed, it's
immigrants. We get the job done.
Immigrants, we don't like that. Nah, they don't play. British Empire strikes back. They're beating us like 808s and hi-hats at our own game of invasion. This ain't Iraq. Who these Fugees? What do they do for me but contribute new dreams, taxes and tool swagger and food to eat? Who they flee war zones, but the problem ain't ours. Even if our bombs landed on them like the Mayflower. Buckingham Palace, a Capitol Hill. Blood of my ancestors had that all built. With an ink you print on your dollar bill. Oil you spill, thin red line on the flag you hoist when you kill. But still we just say, look how far I come. Hindustan, Pakistan to London, to a galaxy far from their ignorance. Cause
immigrants, we get the job done.
Por tierra o por agua, identidad falsa. Brincamos muros o flotamos en balsa. La peleamos como Sandino en Nicaragua. Somos como las plantas que crecen sin agua, sin pasaporte americano, porque la mitad de Gringolandia es terreno mexicano. Hay que ser bien hijo de puta. Nosotros les sembramos el árbol y ellos se comen la fruta. Somos los que cruzaron. Aquí vinimos a buscar el oro que nos robaron. Tenemos más trucos que la policía secreta. Metimos la casa completa en una maleta. Con un pico, una pala y un rastrillo te construimos un castillo. ¿Cómo es que dice el coro, cabrón? Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
We get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Look how far I come. Look how far I come. Look how far I come.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Not yet.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, man. Shoot. All right, family. Let me see something here. See if I can get this fixed. Oh, the background is weird. What the hell is that? Hold on a second. Let me fix this. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Okay, here we go. Damn, we back at it. Que alguien me explique. What are you doing over here, bro? This is Politico Often. What are you doing on this channel? Ah, man. As you guys know, I got, the whole thing. Maracuya, buenos días, bro. Over a video, which is kind of awkward because on this channel, that same class is still actually playing, and YouTube on the other channel, the original one, blocked it. Like took it down, but yet this channel still has it. I don't know. But I've had it for a little bit, and you know what? Honestly, there's only about 25 subscribers, and probably today is a good reason for why it's only 25. What's up, my brother? Yeah. And Salom a la familia. And for you enemies, you can't stop this at all. Anyways, all right, enough of that button stuff. No, but on a serious tip, we are going to cover some things today, fam. We're going to get some serious scripture today. As you guys know, And in this, unfortunately, in this channel, I don't have paid subscription. So there isn't a lot I can do like I did on the other channel, right? So, I don't have like the things available that I would like to have. Let me see if I can get this page here real quick. Give me a second. Where are you at? Okay. This one, okay? So this class was leading up to, well, this was the point of last week leading up to this class. You know what I'm saying? That was the point of last week leading up to this class. You know what I'm going to do? Anyways, so, yes, sir. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. All right. So it was leading up to this. And when I started the class, I guess they didn't like the videos. Whatever it may be, I don't care. But the Most High allowed it to be that way. You know what I mean? It's like there was a reason for it. And I'm glad that it happened. So today, this is a channel for technically this, but I've never done this topic. So I'm going to use it for now. You know what I mean? So let's begin. So the class is called The Tree in the Midst of Good and Evil. Shit, I forgot my whole point of why I brought it up. But you can do it. Come on, man. I don't know if you guys can hear the background. I connected my speakers. Like right there. That whole bar right there, man. That whole bar is pretty cool. Hey, let me turn it down a little bit because maybe it's a little loud, man. Maybe a little loud. Hold on. No, that's fine. Anyways, all right. So, I'm messing around with the music. But anyways, enough of that. So that's the class, the tree in the midst of good and evil. But the point was evil. A lot of us have probably never, or maybe questioned it. This evil tree, or good, a good and evil. It's not just an evil tree, it's of good and evil. So what does that mean? You know what I mean? What does that mean exactly? Right? So we're gonna touch on this today. And I hope it's edifying. I'm not trying to say that I'm 100% correct on it. I really don't. I don't know. All I know is that this is what I see, and this is how it's interpretation and discernment. And I'm going to show this to you. Then you guys decide, where you go from this. But, whether you believe in the Bible or not, it's a very significant book. It's a very significant book, whether you believe in it or not. So, in case some of y'all forget. Yeah, you know what? Hold on a second. Hey, Google, stop. I don't like that. I'm so used to this other sound. I'm just so used to this other sound. This one. Yeah. Just used to it. My bad. Anyways. So, let's begin. In case some of you guys forget, and it was a very short verse. It's a very short verse, but I think it's the most significant. Now, I don't want to say the most significant, but I think it's important not to overlook. So let's begin, okay? Let's go to Mark 8:24. So what is this tree of good and evil? So let's start trying to understand, first of all, what this whole concept of tree is. Matter of fact, you know what? Before I go there, man, this is a spirit. So I didn't even plan on this, but let's go here. Thank you, Father. I appreciate that. So let's go here because these are the laws, right? These are the laws that we are supposedly, you know what I mean? If you believe in the Bible, and I'm saying that in a sarcastic way, because a lot of you guys don't. You say you do, but you don't, because you don't study it. So if you don't study it, then you don't believe it. And if you don't believe it and you don't study, you can't say that you do. And you can't say you have faith. Oh, I'm just going to listen to some things, but I'm not going to study and read because it gives me a headache. No, it don't work like that, man. You got to put the brick in, bro. You got to put the brick in. This ain't easy shit. Excuse my language. Now let's go. Leviticus 19:23. Thank you, Father, because I was not thinking of this scripture. But I'm going to say this to you guys because from the get-go, we were given instructions on how to harvest. And at the same time, this is a reflection or technically a metaphor of who we are and the way that it actually occurs. When you come into this understanding and how it takes time, when you start looking at yourselves as trees, you will then be a little more patient, right? But now, that's not the point. The point being is this concept of trees. So let's read Leviticus 19:23. And when they shall come into the land and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then shall they count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. So you come into the land, you plant a tree full of fruit. The first 3 years, you can't eat none of it, nor can you offer it to the Most High. Why? Because it's unclean. So, for example, if you come into the land and you're, for the first time, harvesting this land, so then, hold on a second, family. It's hot in here, man. So anyways, so for example, you come into a land and you're there to harvest. Well, what ends up happening? You got to break that ground. You got to break through those clods, right? Okay. So then shall ye count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you, and it shall not be eaten of. But on the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. On the 4th year. And in the 5th year, ye shall eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. So in case you guys haven't noticed, you can reflect this as a child. You know, they say the first 5 years are the most important. When you're going through change, in this understanding, the first 3 years are really the hardest, man. Because everything is like you're trying to reset and getting rid of all habits. All habits are hard to break, right? So if you look at yourself in the first 3 years of this understanding, you're really not. That's why I always said, never try to start teaching in the streets, bro, when you're barely like 3 years into this. I know camps like to tell you that shit, but you know what? They have no idea what they're talking about. Yes, I said it. Y'all are Canaanites. You're not Judites. You're not Benjamites. And you're damn well not Levites, okay? So you're teaching people wrong. Those are facts. Anyways. So when you start understanding and reflecting on the fact that you are like a tree, you can then grasp the idea of how long it takes for you to get rooted. And it takes time. In this walk, it's an everlasting growth. It's a constant reset. So are these plants. So is the instructions on how we were supposed to go about harvesting and at the same time harvesting our minds. Because it all began there, in case you don't know. And we're going to touch on it. But again, and in the 5th year, ye shall eat the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. Now, it says here in the 5th year, now you can offer to the Most High. Not only can you offer it to the Most High, you can also consume it for yourselves. But not in the 4th year. Only in the 4th year are you able to give it to the Most High, but not you. So kind of think of it like this. You come into the understanding, you're getting to know who the hell you are, that you're a child, you're responsible, and you literally haven't done nothing right. So you have to reflect on that shit. And it's going to take some years to really create proper habits. Right around the 4th, 5th year, not exactly, 4, you start seeing some changes. You start seeing some changes within. You start seeing your family change around you because, again, if you are a tree, then you have animals that will nest under you, right? And on the 5th year, then you start really applying, or 5th or 6th, so to speak, and wisdom starts to grow. Now, this is the key here. What wisdom are we talking about? What exactly are we talking about here? Now, when we talk about trees and we talk about wisdom, we talk about knowledge. Not every knowledge is proper knowledge because, again, the tree of good and evil was just knowledge, not the tree of life. So, again, 23, 24, 25, it says the first 3 years don't. The 4th year only to the Most High. And the 5th year, then you're going to enjoy it as well. Pretty similar, right? So now, when you go back to Mark, so thank you, Father, for putting that in my head, man. That was really, thank you. So when you go back to Mark, chapter 8, verse 24, then it says, and he looked up and he said, I see men as trees walking. Now, the question is this, what the hell is that about? I see men as trees walking. Did he really see men as like trees walking? I don't know. But I think on a spiritual level, when you really break down this book, because Hosea, for example, thank you, Father. Hosea summarizes this in a sense. Come on, bro, find it. Because Hosea literally says here about an empty vine that bringeth forth fruit unto himself, meaning in vanity, in worshiping of idols of imagery. Matter of fact, man, I'm even going to embarrass the crap out of IUIC, GMS, and IUCPK about how stupid they are for using Genesis 2:7 in its own, and even in that sense, they're glorifying themselves of the image. You know what I mean? And it was never meant for that. That's why you were made from the ground, so you wouldn't boast about yourself or the similitude. But you know, these other nations will definitely do that. Anyways, let's go back. So again, Hosea 10 gives you an idea of how important it is for both kingdoms to work together. It wasn't, oh, I'm Judah, so I'm the leader, I'm the teacher. Bro, you can't even guarantee that you are. So shut the hell up. Hosea 10:11 says, and Ephraim is a heifer that is taught and loveth to thread out the corn, but I passed over her fair neck. I will make Ephraim to ride, Judah shall plow, and Jacob shall break its clods. Now that seems like teamwork, because you need a heifer to actually pull, right? Stronger than the man, and the man needs to be the one holding, directing in order to break ground. And together, they're going to break clods. Now, that's in case you never harvested. We're going back to the tree concept. That's like rocks, clay matter that you got to get rid of in order for that tree to root properly. Here it says, sow yourselves in righteousness, meaning, you know, start actually harvesting, start planting in righteousness, reap in mercy, because remember the 3-year concept, uncircumcised, the first 3, you're going to be horrible, bro. You may even tell your wife, bitch, get the hell out of my life, I'm going to get another one because bitch, I told you so. I can replace my woman, it don't matter to me. Y'all Canaanites really lost your minds, and today I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to put you in your place today, for sure. Sow yourselves to righteousness, reap in mercy. Sow to yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy. Break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. So once again, when you start looking at and this little verse here that none of you you guys don't care about. Mark 8:24, it says, and he looked upon and said, I see men as trees. I see men as trees. Let me confirm that. Let's go to Zechariah 1:10. Interesting. A call to return to the Lord, right? It says. But if you go further, a vision of a horseman. Now, check this out. I need you to understand that when you start seeing yourself beyond this flesh, and you start reflecting in a sense of looking at yourself like a so-called tree, you start really being more patient with yourself, with things, and with prayer. And with when the Most High returns that prayer to you, like it actually does happen. But if you're like rushing to expect, no, just slow your roll, bro. There's a scripture that says, be still, right? And I think Psalms 4, 4:4, 4:1, or 1:4, whatever. Anyways, let me go back. It says Zechariah 1:10. It's talking about spirits here. And the man that stood among the myrtle trees, let me go back. Zechariah 1:7. Watch this. Upon the 4th and 20th day of the 11th month, which is the month Sabbath, in the 2nd year. Oh, by the way, sorry, family. Today is my 7th day, because today is the 7th day. Last week, tonight was the first, like the new moon. I've done a class on it. Anyways, I'm not, I'll do what you do. I'm just telling you that today is my 7th day. So happy 7th day rest. So it says here, and the son of Edo, the prophet, saying, I saw by night, and behold, a man riding upon a red horse, and he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bottom. And behind him were their red horses, speckled and white. Then I said, O Lord, what are these? And the angel that talked with me said unto me, I will show thee what these be. And the man that stood among the myrtle trees answered and said, these are they whom the Lord hath sent to walk to and fro through earth. And they answered the angel of the Lord that stood among the myrtle trees. People, the host, and said, we walk to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sitteth still, and it is at rest. And then the angel of the Lord answered and said, O Lord, of hosts, you have to really see that. So if we're host of a spirit, Lord of hosts, what do you think that is? Y'all need to start waking up. How long will thou now not have mercy on Jerusalem and on the cities of Judah? And it's not you Canaanites. Stop that. It's not. Trust me, it's not. And you can, not today, because I need to get to my class. I'm not debating today. And on the city of Judah, against which thou hast had indignation these 310 years, 310. But check this out. Among the trees, they go to and fro. Who goes among the trees to and fro? And then says, when are you going to stop punishing these trees that we're going to and fro? This is why you guys have to know exactly what you're talking about and what you're dealing with. And when you go and bring the scripture and you want to teach people and say, oh, I got the fruit. Look at all the people that come to my school. Man, I'll bet you anything that none of those suckers have ever repented on. They don't even know how to repent. I'll bet you all of you guys in all those schools, man, I can bet you, bro. I can bet you that none of y'all have really helped somebody with addiction. I guarantee it. Because all of you guys drink. Y'all get drunk all the time. Ain't nobody going to be able to repent, bro, with your societal, maniacal, and super sexualized seed. And I'm going to prove it too. I'm not lying, bro. I'm going to embarrass you guys today. And then try to educate myself as well as my brother. So let's go now to Psalms 103, because here we're talking about trees, dealing with trees, and talking about spirits, and they go to and fro. Well, we heard in Job 2 what to and fro means, I think. Let's go to Psalms 103. Check this out. Psalms 103, 20. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearken unto the voice of his word. So the reason I'm saying this, family, is because from the beginning, these spirits were already dealing here with, so to speak, us, right? Why do you think it happened in Genesis 2? Or Genesis, I should say, 3. And then in Genesis 4. And then why Genesis 6 matters. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearken unto the voice of his word. Bless ye, Lord, all ye his host, ye ministers of his that do his pleasure. So if somebody asks, did God create this? And they try to get people on a trick question. You know what? God created good and evil. Did he create homosexuality? I think that when we try to mimic God, we become beast-like. Ye are gods, but you will die as men. And I'm going to try to explain that too. So here we see that these spirits are pleased. They find pleasure in going to and fro through these trees. Now, how do I know they find pleasure? And why is that significant? Okay, let's check this out. Sirach 39, 28. I've always, this verse always struck me. Sirach 39, 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury, we just read earlier, lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction, they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him, our creator, that made them. Fire and hail, famine and death, what we see today. That's why the fig tree. I mean, I've never been one to believe, oh, it's going to happen. I'm like, dog, I'm seeing a lot. Which in their fury lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction, they pour out their forces and appease the wrath of him that made him. Fire, hail, famine, death, all these were created for vengeance. Teeth of wild beasts and scorpions and serpents and sword, and the sword punishing the wicked to destruction. Since the get-go, right? So now that we have at least two concepts in our minds, trees, I see men as trees, and I see spirits flying around trees. Okay. Hopefully that helps us out a little bit more. So now let's start at Genesis. Let me see something. Let's see if I have to go back. Hold on. Because I was actually looking at the translations between the Geneva Bible, the New Oxford Annotated Bible, and the Septuagint. You definitely want to do that because it'll help you understand a little bit more. Check this out. I'm going to go back to Genesis 2, but I'm going to use the link here. Hold on a second. Because you guys can't see it. Okay, so we're going to go to all the way to the beginning. Check this out. And this is somewhat of a difficult way to read this for some people, but I think we'll get it. So let's start here. So now again that we understand trees and spirits. Okay? Now y'all know exactly what Genesis 2:7 says. Okay. Right here. Start right there. Now I'm going to read something to you that says on the side. The Lord God also, Genesis 2:7, the Lord God also made man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his face the breath of life. And the man was a living soul. Now, I want to remind you something, or remind you of something, okay? So this is the seventh day rest, so-called, right? Why did the Pharisees give the Messiah a hard time when he was helping somebody open their eyes? And that's when he said, I see men as trees. He cured him on the seventh day. He breathed into the nostrils of that man, so to speak, with water of the word, right, so to speak, and helped him see clearly, so to speak, what he was supposed to see, right? So on the seventh day, it happened again. Now, the reason why I'm stepping in this real quick, and I'm going to step back because I want you to know this in case you Christians don't realize this, because I know you Christians like totally forget. And this is going to connect with, I think, the rest of the class. There's a lot to say today, so I'm going to try not to lose y'all. I don't think I will. I think I see it clearly. So let's go back to Genesis 1 before Genesis 2, okay? I want to show you something. Genesis 1:26 says, furthermore, God said, let us make man in our image. Now, some people are like, oh, you see, there's lust. I'm not concerned with that right now. It says, let us make man in our image, according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fifth of the sea, and over the fowls of the heaven, and over the beasts, and over all the earth, and over everything that creepeth and moveth on the earth. Okay, right? Okay. Thus God created man in his image, and in the image of God created he him. He created them male and female. So now we see God created male and female here, Genesis 1. And God blessed them, and God said to them, bring forth fruits and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it, and rule over the fish in the sea, and over all the fowls of the heaven, and over every beast that moveth upon the earth. So here we see male and female, not Genesis 2:7, right? Let's remember that. Some people call these guys pre-Adamites. Stop. Just stop. Thus God created the man in his image. Now, I want to bring this up to your attention. Here it says this image and likeness, right, of God in man is expounded in Ephesians 4:24, where it is right, a man was created after God in righteousness and true holiness, meaning by these two words, all perfection. Now, I read, I believe, in the Oxford. Let me see. Because I'm telling you, I kind of took my time on this. It's an interesting. Oh, stop, bro. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I did it. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. What the hell's going on here? What's going on, bro? Okay. Anyways. Give me a second, friend. Okay. So we see here again. Oh, 3, 4, 2. Moreover, God. Okay, here we go. The image and God created man. Let's see. With all perfection of wisdom, truth, innocence, and power. Wisdom of Solomon 2:23. In case you guys don't know, that's what he mentions immortality, right? There is a section, I believe, where he explains something. Let me see if I can see it. Here it goes right here. So he says, let us make man in our image, right? Here. Okay, we see that here, right? So if you see to the left, and it's a little letter F, God commanded the water and earth and all that stuff, right? Then he says, but of man, his faith. He says, let us signify, God taketh counsel with his wisdom and virtue, purposing to make an excellent work above all the rest of the creatures. This image and likeness of God in man expounded in Ephesians 4:24. So we'll look at it. Now, I don't want to get too stuck here because I will. So, because that's just what I do. So let me get away from that. But here we see the difference between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Okay? Right? Now let's go back to Genesis 2. And the Lord God also made man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his face the breath of life. And the man was a living soul. Now here we see that is what I would consider instructions, so to speak, right? And the Lord God planted garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man which he made. For out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree pleasant to sight. I see man as trees walking, and good for meat. The tree of life also in the middle of the gardens, and the tree of knowledge, not life, of good and evil. Now, the tree of life doesn't say the tree of life of good and evil. It says the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it's two different trees here. You understand? Two different trees. Okay? Not one, not several. There's other people, but there's other people. There's other trees, but technically there's two trees. The good and the bad one. Okay? Keep this in mind. Let me see if I could, which is a sign and increase the thing. There is a miserable peace, which is God, which has also could. Okay. All right. So we see this now. We start seeing in this particular verse what goes on. Now let's go to Genesis 3:5. Now you guys know how Genesis 3:5 reads in King James. I'm going to read some things to you guys in this particular book. Let's go to Genesis 3 and in verse 5. It's right there. Okay. So far, trees walking, spirits moving, a tree of good, a tree of life, and a tree of good and evil. Okay? So far, so good, I think. Genesis 3:5. But God doth know that when ye shall eat thereof, ye shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Remember where that reflects of the tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, we know that currently they call something the Sephiroth, the tree of knowledge. But let's continue. Knowing good and evil, so the woman, seeing that the tree was good for meat, and that it was pleasant to the eye, and the tree to be desired to get knowledge, took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also to her husband with her, and he did eat. So obviously, some people may say, "Oh my God, yeah, Eve slept with." No. Because what did he do? Did he do a threesome with Adam and shit, or did he give Adam the other guy's sperm, or what the hell? You know what I mean? No. Then the eyes of both of them were open, And they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig trees together and made themselves breeches. Now let's read to the right. It says here, this is Satan, chiefest subtlety, to cause us not to fear God. I'm reading over here. As though he should say, God does not forbid you to, I can't read that, of the fruit. Oh, not to eat of the fruit. Have that the knowledge for fruit. Have that he knoweth that if you should eat thereof, you should be like him. Now, if you keep reading further, not so much to please his wife as moved by ambition at her persuasion. Now, this after they took the tree, after they took the fruit, they began to see their misery. You see, their eyes were open. They began to see their misery. But they forgot, but they sought not to God for remedy. So it's kind of like a kid, I think, where you don't feel anger or hate or resentment. You're just feeling that childness in you. And then somehow, some way, man, you come to this realization that you're actually an adult now, and shit hurts. And not physically, not your mom or your dad spanking you. Like actual pain. Like actual pain. Give me a second. Now let me go to same chapter, but we're going to use a different translation now. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. I thought I had it. What the hell? Oh, man, come on, bro. ¿Qué te pasa, Mufasa? Okay, yeah. Okay, here. This is the Oxford Annotated Bible, okay? It's a good way to present y'all some books in case you got Bibles you guys haven't seen yet. And this one here helps you a little bit with some understanding in case one translation doesn't necessarily make sense. You see, family, the reality is that these books have been translated and transliterated, and you cannot count on them. You got to really study now. You cannot wait for somebody to tell you and explain things to you. You got to really be out here and actually doing the work. You know what I mean? You can't just sit back and read and hear. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm just hearing the verse. Hawk. You know what I mean? I'm just hearing the verse, Hawk. It ain't enough, bro. It ain't enough. Now, we read already what had occurred in the other book, in the other translation. I'm going to read to you something here, very interesting, because it caught my attention. So in this case here, let's read. God in disobedience and punishment, because it relates to what's occurring right now. It says, though this story is often taken by Christians in an account of original sin, the word sin never occurs in sin. Instead, it's described on how the maturing of humans into civilized life, That's not what I want to show you. Let me get to the point. Let me get to the nitty gritty. Give me a second. Where are you at? 3:1:24. Clothing. Oh, espérame. 3:1:24. Let me see. Hold on a second. Regarding disobedience and punishment. Then it says here 2.5. It's a little different. I think this one's updated, or what's the deal? Well, let's read it. Okay, it says here, the characterization of the snake. This is important, family. Check this out. Pay attention, okay? Let me see if I, sounds good. Okay, cool. Pay attention. This is important because this is connecting to the religions or the doctrine that is constantly being repeated over and over. 4 kingdoms, same philosophies, same theory, same damn tree, just dressed up with a different name, slightly. It says here, the characterization of the snake in Genesis 3 emphasizes wise craftiness. You see that? Wise craftiness. Knowledge, wise, wisdom, that kind of wisdom, their wisdom. Let's continue. It says here, a characteristic that contrasts with the innocent nakedness, like of a child. Not naked, just like you don't even know that. You know what I mean? If you don't know that, you don't know that. Right? Then it says, snakes were a symbol in the ancient worlds of, pay attention, wisdom, fertility, and immortality. Now, I find it so ironic that it's fertility, immortality. We hear that in the Bible, wisdom, knowledge, but the fertility of like fertile ground, soil. Now we know that people sacrifice other humans for fertility purposes or for the right to stay immortal. Only later was the snake in this story seen by interpreters as the devil. Watch this. The snake introduces doubt by rightly predicting the consequences of eating the fruit. Then it says here, the human will not put to death, will not be put to death as implied in the language, and their eyes will be open. So they gain wisdom. So their eyes were open, meaning, and that's where you see the misery. Like when you know you fucked up. Spiritually speaking, I know you guys were like, when you knew you did something bad, you just felt it. Or maybe you're just evil and you don't even know what I'm talking about. That's probably it. But I know I did, and I know some of the brothers that I talked to and sisters, yeah, they felt the same way. So they gain wisdom, knowing good and evil. Now, it says from 6 or 7, the woman sees the pleasant fruit of the tree. It's desirable to make one wise. Again, I see man as trees walking. I have spirits. The Most High created these spirits. What are they doing, roaming around? Maybe. Who knows, right? But something occurred at that moment. And it happened to her and Adam, and it happened to Cain and Abel. And it's continuing to happen to this very day. There's good people and bad people. It's that simple. The woman sees the pleasant fruit of the tree is desirable to make one wise. She eats and shares it with her husband. So this, well, anyways, the result is enlightenment. What do these Talmudic, Kabbalist, Sepharad believers think? Enlightenment. The Enlightenment. The Renaissance. Didn't we see the video that they shut this channel, the other channel for? The Enlightenment. The Renaissance. The first, the second, the third, the fourth. The book of thought. The relationship of Nimrod. I'm telling you, family, and this spirit does run through that lineage. Cain, Ham, Cush, Nimrod, Canaan. I'm telling you right now. Why do you think they want to be everybody and they're nobody? The woman sees that the pleasant fruit of the tree is desirable to make one wise, right? Then it says, the result is enlightenment. The eyes of both were open. Such wisdom takes them from the earlier unshamed nakedness to clothing, a mark of civilization. A mark of civilization. Who created the first economic system? The first capitalist system was created by Nimrod. And you guys always wonder what the mark of the beast is? It's a combination of things. Check this out. Here we see clearly where this tree of good and evil, or what it's in a sense, well, I don't want to say clearly. We are starting to see what this tree of good and evil again, it's about. See, some people, oh, it's an apple. It's an imaginary thing. No, man. Watch this. It says the mark of the civilization. Legal forms will recur to the Lord God interrogates first man and the woman. Oh man, is this it? Clothing a mark of first move from childlike animal unshamed nakedness to disintegration or earlier. I think this is probably the updated version, huh? 5th edition. Let me see something. What edition is this? I don't know. It doesn't say. April 2018. It's copywritten in 2018. Huh, it's awkward. Very weird, very weird. Anyways, let me continue. I don't want to confuse you. So let me take a little bit more time here. Now let's go to verse. Hold on, let me see if I miss anything. 368 minus trees. Okay. Now we go back to Genesis 3:8. Okay. Now, again, I don't want to lose y'all, but you got to stay with me here. All right. Genesis 3:8 says, afterwards they heard the voice. Again, this is the Geneva Bible, 1560. Afterwards, they heard the voice. Okay. Remember, they just, wanted to be gods. They wanted to be the chodes, huh? The Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. Now, I know that some of y'all really believe that they were hiding in trees, like fucking in bushes and shit, right? No. Y'all getting the picture now? But Lord God called to the man and said unto him, where art thou? You're like, what? Those are trees, bro. It's funny, man. Right? Give you a little bit. Let me slow down a bit because it's probably a little bit too much. So now that we actually see here, right? They're hiding among trees. They're not trees, family. But let's continue. And then he says, he's getting mad at them because he found out what they did, right? And he says to the woman, the whole thing. You guys have read it before. This is the interesting part. This is where it starts seeing the difference. The people that will be satisfied with the tree of knowledge and people that will not be satisfied with the tree of knowledge, and they will search and seek the knowledge of good and evil. Okay? So it says here, 3:15, Genesis, and I will also put enmity between thee and the woman. He's talking to the serpent, by the way. Verse 15, verse 14, then the Lord God said to the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and thus shalt eat all the days of thy life. Right? I will put enmity between thee, he's telling the serpent, and the woman, between thy seed and her seed. He, meaning her seed, shall break thine head, and thou, meaning your seed, will bruise his heel. Now, this seed of hers is not like what these women think. I can self-impregnate myself. No. This seed is, we're going to find out whose seed is that. Right? Unto the woman, I will greatly increase thy sorrow. Thy conception, not by self-seed, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. And thy desire shall be subject unto thine husband, and he shall rule over thee. Also to Adam, he said, because thou hast obeyed the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree where I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the earth for thy sake. Now, that's the seed that we're talking about. So there's going to be enmity between the seed of, or the spirit of Satan, so to speak, and the seed of, or the spirit of Adam, so to speak. Right? Now, let's read something here in the annotated part, because I find it interesting. It says here, remember, this is chapter 4 on the Oxford annotated. Okay? And I'm going to start here. And again, not everything that I read in my, matter of fact, I'll read it from what I see on my end. Because you guys I don't want you guys to think I'm BSing you and shit. All right, so check this out. So we're going to do the bottom part overview. And now, let me see this here. We are in 217, I think, is talking about. Give me a second. Yep. Okay. So he says here. Now we're going to Cain and Abel. Okay. So we see here now the seeds. the separation, right? I want you to pay attention to something also. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the earth when he was taken. To till the earth, right? Okay. Chapter 4. And then we're going to kind of go into other things too. So we're not going to be here all day. Trust me. Afterwards, the man knew his wife, and which conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have obtained man by the Lord. And again he brought forth his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of the sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. So Abel, a gatherer, Cain, a destroyer. Because remember, you have to break ground to sow again. So here we see Abel, a gatherer, not a tiller. Similar spirits. Right now, let's continue. And in the process of time, not like a week or two, it could be years. We don't know. In the process of time, that Cain brought an oblation unto the Lord of the fruit of the ground. He was a tiller of the ground. But he brought an oblation. And also something else. And Abel was a keeper of the sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. I'm sorry. And again, he brought forth his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep. I'm sorry. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought an oblation unto the Lord, the fruit of the ground. And Abel also himself brought of the fruit of the sheep and of the fat of them. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. Now, I'm going to pause you. So we know and understand that somebody taught these kids what to do. Right? Somebody must have. How else would they know what to do? But then we see something really awkward, man. We see something very awkward and very, very interesting at the same time. Give me a second. $3.15. Okay. This violence compatible beast. Hold on. Check this out. Let me see if I have it. If I don't, I have to stay here. Okay, so is it this one? I'm playing with a couple translations, family. Bear with me. Yeah, it goes all the way up here. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so we see here now, Cain offered something to the Lord. Abel also offered something to the Lord. Now, keep in mind, though, I don't want you to forget that here we also just talked about Eve and Adam dealing with this particular spirit, okay? Think about this for a second. Now, but unto Cain and to his offering he had no regard, wherefore Cain was exceeding wroth, and his countenance fell down. Now, he was given instructions on what to do, but here he does what he wasn't supposed to. Rebellious, maybe? Or did he learn something from somebody else or somewhere? Wasn't Eve confused or deceived as well? Isn't that the subtlety of the deceiver? Isn't he supposed to be on the ground, or so-called the dust of the ground? And isn't Cain the tiller of the ground? Then it says here, then the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance cast down? Why do you think? It's like your dad said, why are you upset? I already told you what to do. Why are you bothered? First of all, why are you doing that? I don't know, man, that's conjecture, but you know what I mean? It's like, you talking to your son. If you like, why are you upset? If you already know what to do, if you do well, meaning I already told you what to do. Thou shalt not be accepted. And if thou do not well, sin lieth at the door. Now pause for a moment right there. So I'm talking to my son, so to speak, and I'm like, yo, I told you what to do. This is what you do. But if you don't do it right, sin lies at the door. Also unto thee his desire shall be subject, meaning sin, or this spirit that moves around trees, myrtle trees, so to speak. His power over you is going to be to what? To convince you not to follow certain instructions, maybe? to be rebellious? Because they do say rebellious is as witchcraft. Isn't that clear? Isn't that true? Then the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance cast down? If thou do well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou do not well, sin lieth at the door. Also unto thee is his desire. And you shall be subject, or it shall be subject to, and desire shall be subject, and thou shalt rule over him. You see this? So sin compared to, how can I say this? If you're supposed to overcome sin, what is going to be sin attempting to do to you? If you overcome sin and you have control of your mind, then you rule over sin. You rule over death. So then this entity who will try to bruise your head, right? I'm sorry, who you will, in a sense, bruise, this entity is going to be the one putting snares in your way, which is what it means by the heel. It's a constant battle. And this is what I'm looking at. I mean, I don't really know what else to tell you in that way. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance fallen? If thou do well, thou shalt thou not be accepted. And if thou do not well, sin lieth at the door. Also unto thee his desire shall be subject, and thou shalt rule over him. So God is just telling him, look, listen, man, I know what you're doing. And I know who's behind you telling you to do what you're doing. And that's easy. I've told you to overcome it. That sin is subject to making you fall. You got to use your mind to overcome it. But guess what happened, family? Did Cain say, yes, right, your father said, no, no, no. And in the process of time, I guess, then Cain spake to Abel, his brother. That right there, that little thing, that just shows you like this is something like a different chapter, different situation. How far ago? How long ago? Right? Then it says, then Cain spake to Abel, his brother. This is after the Most High said, sin lieth at the door. The moment you let it in, it rules over you. Hence, you are of your father, the devil. From the beginning, he was a murderer. Then Cain spake to Abel, his brother, and when they were in the field, who is the tiller of the ground? So now we see that Cain deceived Abel, just like the serpent. And the serpent deceived Cain, told him to offer this, not that. And now he's upset because he effed up. Like, you know, nakedness, so to speak. Is that possibly it? I don't know. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not going to believe Christianity, and I'm definitely not going to believe BHI. Just they're full of shit. And then Kabbalah crap. No, I'm not doing that no more. I'm not going to go crazy either. That's why you have to be rooted. Because you have to see what you see, and then if it don't make sense and it doesn't connect with all these pieces, then you just step back. Don't lose yourself and lose your faith because you want to know too much. Then Cain spake to Abel, his brother, and when they were in the field, Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. Remember I told you about the whole concept of fertility, immortality, right? What were these nations doing? And what was Israel doing? Sacrificing to other gods, thinking that they were going to help them, right? What are we seeing here, Cain? Are we doing this, Cain? Did you murder Abel because you were really mad at him, or was it more for a sacrifice? Fertility to till your ground, is it what it is? Because life is in the blood, in case y'all don't know. Then the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? Family, what are the two major commandments? In Exodus 20, basically talks about that. And again, you know what? I'm also glad that I didn't pass out on that. Right? So check this out. Check this out. Now, therefore, verse 11, now therefore thou art cursed. Oh, hold on a second. Verse 10, sorry. And again he said, what hast thou done? Thy voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. You see here, right here, on the side, sin shall still torment thy conscience. That's similar to Adam and Eve feeling naked, misery. Sin does torment you if you really don't want to sin. You know what I'm saying? It will affect you. It will damage you. And it will convince you to think you could do it again and again. I'm seeing it with my son. He's suffering like Mark 5, fam. So when you're talking about spirits, bro, I'm not lying. This is some real crazy stuff here. So now we're looking at Cain and Abel. Cain's mad. He kills Abel. So what happens? Right? What happens? So now let's go back here. We're going to move forward from this. We're almost done in this section. I really want this to marinate with y'all, man. It's crazy stuff here. And I don't mean crazy like, oh my God, no, I'm like, this is important to know. Watch this on the bottom, okay? It says, while 2.4, 3.24 feature relations between men and women, 1.416, between chapter 1 through 16, chapter 4, verse 1 through 16, to relations between brothers, paralleling 3.1 or chapter 3, verse 1 through 24, in many respects. See what I'm saying? The relationships. This verse emphasizes the wonder of creative powers in the first birth of a child. The name Cain, derived from the Hebrew word create. Quana. Yeah, that's why Fopi names himself Quana, bro. He fucking Cain. I knew that shit. And what's the other guy? Quanalawa? Mr. Old Testament dude. You're calling yourself Cain, bro. It says here, Quana. Ancient Israelites may have associated this Cain with the Canaanite tribe, Numbers 24:21. We'll read it later. It's pretty much true. And Abel is the same word translated as vanity or emptiness in the book of Ecclesiastes. Meaning, but anyway, let's continue. I don't want to sidetrack. His name anticipates his destiny. The distinction between Cain and Abel occupation implies a further step towards culture. The story does not explain why the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but not for Cain and his offering. Well, we're just clearing it up right now. Instead, it focuses on Cain's reaction to his unexplained divine preference for the sacrifice of his younger brother. This is the first mention of sin in the Bible. It is depicted as a predatory animal lurking at the door. It is depicted as a predatory animal looking at the door. What does the Bible say? It talks about like a lion roaming back and forth. Right? It says, put on the helmet of salvation or something to that effect. Or like a lion roaring up and down, seeing who he can devour, right? That's the same concept. A lurking at the door, meaning allowing that spirit to trip you and have you sin. Because it all starts in the mind first. Why do you think Cain actually did it? He had to think about it first. And he embraced it. He accepted it. He's like, yeah, I want to be like God's. Then it says here, it's depicted as a predatory animal lurking at the door. Blood is sacred, for it is the life. Deuteronomy 9:4 and Deuteronomy 12:23. The blood of unpunished murders pollutes the ground. The importance of arable ground in these chapters can be seen. Cain's conclusion and expulsion of the soybeans hidden from the Lord's face. Let me see something. So I think we covered a lot in these two chapters. So now let's kind of move a little forward. So we see now in Genesis 3:15. Let's go back a little bit. Let's read it. Matter of fact, let's read it here. Genesis 3:15, 16, and 17, just so we can get ahead. Right? So we know trees, spirits, Cain and Abel, the serpent and Eve and Adam. So now we are seeing that. Oh, wait. No, I cannot forget that. What the hell was I thinking? No, they don't lose you guys. You're like, wait a minute. So why even bring that up? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Okay, so now we see trees, spirits. Then we see Adam and Eve. Now we see Adam's seed and the spirit seed are going to be in enmity between the two, right? We see that. Now they have Cain and they have Abel. And then now Cain kills Abel. And then what happens? And then we'll move on. Cain kills Abel. And then, obviously, we see this now. Hold on, let me go back so I don't lose you. Some of you guys probably haven't even read this chapter. It's pretty short. Chapter 5, right? First one. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the days of God created Adam. In the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them. Blessed them and called their name Adam in the day that they were created. Now Adam lived 130 years and begat a child in his own likeness after his image and called his name Seth. So now we have Cain, Abel, dead. Seth comes in. In the days of Adam, after he had been gotten Seth, were 800 years and he begat sons and daughters. You see this? So now, by the way, brother, if you did see this, I take that back of what I had said when I told you this, because I just read it and no, it's clear. In the days of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. So all the days of that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 150 years and begat Enos, I think. And Seth lived after Enos 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. So all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Now we see here, Enos lived 20 years and begat Kenan, and also, now let me read this over here, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hold on, sorry. Right? Seth, Enos, now we see here. And Enos lived, and he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. This is not Cain, and it's not Canaan like the other one. Okay? Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch. You see this here? This is not the Enoch that the other guy had. What is it? Okay, hold on. So now we see that this is Seth, okay? So now let's look at the generations of somebody else. And it came, this Genesis 6:1, and it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, daughters were born unto them. That the sons of God saw that the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of which they chose. Give me a second. Did I miss something? Hold on. Give me a second, family. Oh, here, I'm sorry. I skipped it. Shit, I'm sorry. I skipped it. Genesis 4. My bad. I skipped to Genesis 5, and then I went to Genesis 6. Genesis 4, okay? Let's find out what occurred here. Because we see Seth, right? Seth came after Cain. What did Cain do first? And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth. Okay? And from thy face shall I be hid. So now we see he leaves. So here we go. Now we see Cain. Verse 16. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, in east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife. Where'd she get this wife from? You see what I'm saying? Where did she get this wife from? Cain was alive. Abel was dead. Seth isn't born yet until here. Right? So Cain here gets himself a wife. From where? From where, family? From Genesis 1? Could it be? Right? And Cain went from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, in the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city and called the name of the city after the name of his sons Enoch. That's not one to say, oh, that's Enoch. Shut up. Y'all stupid. First of all, the spirit of Cain's son, or the spirit of Cain wanting to build a city. Power? Who told him to build a city? Typically in scriptures, don't they say build an altar to the Most High? He didn't do that, did he? No, he didn't do nothing for the Most High. He went and built a city for his son. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. Y'all see the point. Now we see that he also has this kid, and he was a father of such that. Oh, check this out. In Adab Ber Jabal, he was the father of such that dwell in the tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother was Jabul, and he was the father of the such that had made the harp and organs. And Zillah, and Tubal-Cain, instructor of artifice of brass and iron. Right? All of these people. Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto me. So now he has two wives. No, I'm sorry, this guy does. So now this is the seed of who? Of Cain. These are Cain's seeds. Who moved in the spirit of the serpent? Cain. He didn't move in the spirit of Adam. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son and called his name Seth. And for God she said, had appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. Remember, keep in mind, Cain married other broads. Where are they from? Genesis 1. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. So now we see the actual change. You see this? Now Adam, right? Male and female created he them, blessed them, and called them Adam in the days we were created. And Adam lived 130 years and begot sons, and begot a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. And in the days of Adam, after he begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. Now we see here, after Adam and Eve are having children still, Seth lived 105 years old, and then he begot Enos. Now Seth is married. It doesn't say who his wife is. Does it? No, it doesn't. So one can only assume that it came out of the breast, or so to speak, of the same concept as Adam and Eve. Eve came from the the rib of Adam. Right? Now you're seeing the point. Now, so we see the seed of Cain and the seed of Seth. The spirit of Satan and the spirit of Adam. Watch this. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, the sons of Cain, and the daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, the sons of Seth. And they took wives of which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. For that he also is flesh. Meaning two people, same flesh, but a different spirit. That the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and took them wives, all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Breath of life into man. Right? Now, here's where a lot of people get confused, and they say there were giants in the earth. From translation of what I'm seeing, I don't think there were giants. We see the spirit of Cain, mighty men renowned of wanting power, not of the Most High. He didn't make an altar for the Most High. He made something for his kid. They were tyrants in the earth in those days. And also that when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and bare their children to them, the same became mighty men, and they were old men of renown. So now we see a mixture of the two seeds. And God saw the wickedness of man that was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thought of his heart was only evil continually. Why? Because no longer was Adam separated from, or Seth, so to speak, or separated from Cain. I think God said, my spirit will not always strive with man, for he too is flesh. We are a host of spirits. Are we not aware of that? Are we not aware of that? I hope we are. That's why it says, and he repented that the Lord had made man in the earth, and he grieved him in his heart. Now, when you see this particular chapter, let me see if I can read it. Give me a second. Okay. I think we're doing good time. Okay. Let's go to verse 6 on this book. Okay. I'm sorry, chapter 6 of the Geneva. Oh, sorry. Where's chapter 6? Chapter 5, chapter 6. Okay. Let's read this, family. And I have it highlighted, so I'm going to read it on my end, okay? I'm going to read it from my end so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right. It says here, verse 1. So when men began to multiply upon the earth, there were daughters born unto them. Then the sons of God saw the daughters and the men that they were fair, and they took them, wives all of that they liked. Therefore the Lord God said, my spirit shall not away always strive with man, because he is but flesh also. And the day shall be 120 to repent. These were giants. Now, I have a little section. It says that these were tyrants. And when I'm looking deeper into what the actual word of tyrants mean, like, for example, this one. Let's get the blue letter. You'll see. Watch this. These were giants, right? Check this out. Giants. Napil.
Strong's H5303. Nafil.
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 Nafil. Properly a feller. What does it mean? A fellow means non-standard spelling of a fellow. A fellow. A bully. A tyrant. If you look at really what it's trying to tell y'all, because tyrants are looked upon like giants. Like, for example, the movie 300. Don't they make him appear to be like he's a giant? He's a tyrant. So all the ancient versions, the giant in the sky, the constellation Orion Plur, the etymology of this word is uncertain. You see this? So you guys that claim that, you're not wrong. I mean, you're not right, but you're not 100% wrong. You know what I mean? You got to help in your mind a little bit. And then not be imaginary. Get well-rooted in order to understand these things. But this is incorrect. So you see this render great, large in body. You see what I'm saying? It's not about that. Not like giants. But this is incorrect. For it means excellent, noble, skillful. I prefer with the Hebrew interpreter, falling on, attacking, so that it is intrusive, intransitive signification. Now, what does intransitive mean? I'll show you. Intransitive. I think I spelled it wrong. It means not taking a direct object, looked into at the sky, the opposite of transitive. Right? Those who used to interpret the passage in Genesis of the fall of the angels were accustomed to render fallers, rebels, apostates, rebels against the Most High. Because again, where did this occur? Whose seed was this? The seed of Cain, not of Adam. Oh, I'm sorry, not of Seth, the seed of Cain. We know now that there were going to be the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. You choose. Sin lieth at the door. You can choose to use witchcraft because that is part of that wisdom. We're going to read into what it actually means a little bit more further. Because when you really look at what it's saying, it's actually not really too far off. So let's continue back to right here. Then it says here on verse 5. Oh, let me go up. Hold on. Where you at, bro? Didn't I just have you? Hold on. Didn't I just have this? Verse 6? Yeah, here we go. Verse 5. It says, when the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and all the imaginations of the thoughts of his heart were only evil continually. You see? The imagination, the mind, the enlightenment, the ruling over others, the not having love for your brethren, and not giving a damn about the Most High. That's wickedness to him. It says, which usually, it's on the side, authoritates over others. That's what it means. Men of renown. These men of renown, that's what it technically meant, which in the old times were men of renown. Here it says, which suppose authority over others and did degenerate from simplicity, wherein they were father lived. Where is that? What I read. Usurped, I believe. Usurped over others. Men of renown. So if we go back, men of renown, let's go back here. I'll show you. Let's go back. Men of renown. You can see it. Men of renown, right? Sem, so to speak.
Strong's H 8034. Shame.
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 Shame. Men of renown. Memorial, monument. Fame, reputation, glory. The name, shame, as designation of God. Tyrants. People that would not honor to the Most High, that would want to rule over their own people, even their own brethren. So an ideal, definite, conspicuous position compared to an appellation as a mark or memorial of individuality. Remember, the Israelites, quote unquote, are a communal tribe. We work together. We're not individualites. You see this here. You have to pay attention to some of these things because, man, it gets pretty deep as you continue. Now, let's move on from this because now we're going to start kind of getting a better idea. I think I made it clear enough. I spent a good damn time on that. So now that we know trees, spirits, two types of people, two types of entities still dealing with each other, right? Why do you think? Oh, no, as a matter of fact, yeah, why do you think Paul says this to us? 2 Corinthians 13:5. Examine yourselves whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves, your own mind. Know ye not your own selves? How that the Meshiacha is in you, except ye be reprobates. So, two spirits. Since the beginning. You are of your father, the devil. And I'm of my father. Right? So we know that it has to do, first of all, there's going to be a battle within you. And this particular type of battle is going to determine what type of seed you are. Are you examining, repenting, cleansing? Or is it just for show? Are you seriously showing fruits, like the brother told me? Not bringing people into your church. That's not fruits. We're talking about you, your fruits, you, people around you, family. Is that what you're bringing? Because here is the president of everything. Examine yourself whether ye be in the faith. Right there, Paul is saying, yo, listen, it all starts in the mind. Sin lieth at the door. So you better examine yourself. Just like the angel or the Messiah or that spirit told Cain. Sin lieth at the door. Bro, he's there to rule over you. But your job is to overcome it. Here, I'll show you in a different translation. Watch. I'll go here. It says here, Genesis 4:7, if you had done the right thing, you would be smiling. But because you have done evil, meaning you didn't listen to him, you didn't listen to me, you listened to that other spirit, right? That's lurking around, that deceived Eve. Sin is crouching at the door in the mind. As soon as perception is reality. You sin once, you think that's it, I can't fix it. Oh, I'm just the way I am. No. I want to rule you. That's what it actually says. It shall bruise the heel, snare, but you must overcome it. How? Through the mind. And it shall bruise the head, because that's where it will attack you, through snares. This is probably over, you guys, but hey, whatever. Whoever gets it, gets it. Whoever doesn't, doesn't. And then Cain said to his brother Abel, let's go into the field. Damn, right after, bro. Right after the sin was told, yo, overcome it. Overcome it. But guess what? Just like Paul, put yourselves in a test and judge yourselves to find out whether you are in the living faith, meaning are you of Cain or are you of Abel? I'm sorry, or of Seth. Cain and Abel, so to speak. Cain and Abel. Cain and Seth. We'll say Cain and Abel for now, for the lack of, forgetting about Seth. We'll say Cain and Abel for now. Now, again, what happened between Cain and Abel? I mean, for some reason, a lot of Christians just completely just ignore this shit. And you got scholars that supposedly know the Bible and they study this forever, 30-something years. I never went to school, yo. John 3:10, it says, in this the children of God are manifest, and the children of the devil. Whosoever does not righteousness is not of God, neither he loveth not his brother. Okay, you see this now? You see this now? When you don't care for your gente, your family, when you think, well, I'll just get another broad, I'll just have more children, and you didn't do the effort of actually seeing, have I done enough for these children? For this, that the Most High gave me first. 1 John 4:20. Did Cain do what the scriptures say? Not only did it break the commandment of not listening to God, not only he rebelled, but he became a murderer. 1 John 4:20. If a man say, I love God, and hated his brother, Cain, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother, whom he had seen, how could he love God whom he have not seen? A commandment which was broken from the get-go. Because we know now in 1 John 3, just to kind of get to the point and we'll move on, 15, but whosoever hated his brother is a murderer. And ye know that no murderer hath eternal life abiding in him. So we see that again. You're like, from the beginning. That's why this scripture say, since the beginning. If you know this, if this is resonating with y'all, then you heard this since the beginning. Because that's really what it's about. See, in Genesis 4, we are understanding that there was already a spirit dealing with this seed. You know what I mean? There was already a spirit. And Cain became subject to it. Possibly, I don't know, man. I'm adding conjecture on that one. Was he offering sacrifice to the fertility gods of harvest? You know what I'm saying? Because there was many gods, I think, since the beginning, I think. Many doctrines. That's why he picked one particular person. He made man and woman, right? Genesis 1, but he didn't choose everybody. He chose one. It was always about a certain seed. Not everybody. Just like in Genesis said, not all seed. Like, matter of fact, Genesis, like Romans. Matter of fact, look, check it. It says here, Romans 9:10. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father. For the children not being yet born, neither have done any good or evil. Funny, huh? That the purpose of God according to the election might stand, not of works, but of him that called it. So if you're evil, you're born that way? Verse 7, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children. Because you're dealing with the seed of Cain, the spirit of Cain, through Ham. Well, not Japhet maybe too. But in Isaac shall thy seed be called. Because remember, out of the early Chaldees, out of all these things that were going on in Nimrod's time, he picked Abraham, right? For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. So, again, we're seeing it again. I'm sorry, I think I skipped verse 8. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed, too, since the beginning. Cain and Abel. Cain from what it looks like, mixed with that other, I guess you guys call them pre-Adamites. Seth didn't do that. He stayed within the lineage of Adam and Eve. Then later they two mix. And now we see, I'm of Abraham, yeah. But that don't mean you're the seed. It says, spirit bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of God, right? It ain't all flesh. The woolly ain't going to save you, dumbass. Let's go to John 8. Watch this. This is back and forth, precept upon precept. That's why he comes in a volume of the book. It's written about me, not me. You know what I mean? You know who I'm talking about. John 8:44. Ye are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father will ye do. Cain. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him since the beginning. When he spake a lie, am I my brother's keeper? He speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Cain and Ham, Nimrod, Babylon, we see it all over again, man. I don't think it's just too far-fetched to see that. Verse 38, it says, I speak that which I have seen with my father. Ye do that which you have seen with your father. Two spirits. Isaac and Jacob, two spirits. It ain't always about a black and white thing, family. BHI got it, you're all confused. They would love it to be about that. It's about Wooly. Verse 41, ye do the deeds of your father. Then said they to him, we be not born of fornication. We have one father, even God. Check this out. This is why I trip out on you guys that want to boast about how, I'm an Israelite, blah, blah, and I'm going to curse you and God this. Y'all are dumb. Check this out. You know why? And the Meshiacha said unto them, if God were your father, ye would love me, for I proceed forth and came from God, neither came I on myself, but he sent me. So if you were there since the beginning, you would know what he's talking about. Here's why. I'll show you why. Little by little, remember trees, spirits, right? Roaming around, good and evil. We understand that now. Now you're going to start seeing the tares in the wheat. Who came and planted those seeds? You get what I'm saying, family? So just be mindful and stay with me. Because here's where we're going to, it's a little tough in the road at the beginning. Genesis is not easy, but we, paving our way through and lurking through the forest. And we're kind of like, okay. All right, so now let's get back on track. Matthew 13:38. Now we know why, all these parables are so important. If I were you, once this class is done, hopefully not too long, but this is my 7th-day rest, so as you guys know. So I'm going to go pretty long tonight. I don't work tomorrow. So, thank you. Thank the Most High, because I'm the one that can write my own check. And that's because I work my ass off. Another parable, verse 38, it says here, that the field is all, matter of fact, let me go up, let's see, then she said, matter of fact, let me read it from the top. Matthew 13:36. Then Jesus sent the multitude away and went into the house, and his disciples came unto him, saying, declare unto us the parables of the tares of the field. Now we're going to start seeing it, okay? Remember, Hosea 10:10, sow your seeds in righteousness, reap in mercy, for it's time to seek the Lord. Break your clods. Jacob will break its clods. Ephraim and Judah shall do it together. That's what it's supposed to be done. Not, I'm Judah, I tell y'all what to do. Now, shut up, y'all are Canaanites. Then Jesus said, then the Meshiacha sent the multitude away. And when he was into the house, and his disciples came unto him, saying, declare unto us the parable of the tares of the field. And he answered and said unto them, he that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. Since the beginning. The field is the world. Hosea 10:10. The field is the world. Let me not lose you, but let me remind you. Hosea 10:10. It is my desire that thou shalt chastise them, and the people shall be gathered together when they shall bind themselves in their two furrows. Harvesting. We see Ephraim is a heifer that is taught, and it loveth to tread out the corn, but I passed over her fair neck, and I will make Ephraim to ride. Judah shall plow, and Jacob together, meaning will break their clods. So we're talking about two furrows, breaking, using the plod, getting rid of clods. Sow yourselves in righteousness after you break ground and reset again, meaning what? Become a new creature, Examine yourself if you're in the faith. Be in a new bottle with what? New understanding. And by the way, that bottle, I'm throwing a lot at you, but that bottle is an actual piece of leather that takes months for it to be reused again. You got to dip it in oil for like several months. Then you got to beat the crap out of it to create its elasticity. Then you can use that wine bottle once more as new. It takes time, the process of time. That's why I see trees walking, or I see men as trees walking. Sow yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy, break your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord till he come and reign in righteousness. Ye have plead wickedness, ye have reaped iniquity, ye have eaten the fruit of lies. Why? Because thou trusted in the way, in the multitude of thy mighty men. Vanity. God has to be white. God has to be black. You got to have woolly hair, or you got to got blue eyes in order for you to be a chode. Let's go back now. 13. Let's not lose the point. Okay? It says here, 37, and he said unto them, he that sowed the good seed is the Son of Man, and the field is the world. Sow yourselves in righteousness. The good seed are the children of the kingdom since the beginning. But the tares are the children of the wicked one. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. When you plant wheat and tares, tares grow a lot quicker than wheat does. So all this assumption, oh my God, I see people walking in these camps and they're growing. Those are the tares. Those are the tares. Because they're very obvious to see. Initially, we don't know, but now that things are clearing up in the clouds, after talking to several brothers, man, and sisters, we're starting to see the dust settle, and we're seeing these camps and schools and doctrines just falling apart. Now you got wobbles over here like tag teaming BHI. Yo, let me get in, man. I know you need some help. Yeah, looking for help from wobble, man. But again, it says the enemy that sold them is the devil since the beginning. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. Remember in Zechariah 1 and 10, what did we say? Let's go back real quick. I'm not going to lose y'all. Let's go back. As a matter of fact, I'll do this just to make sure. Because sometimes I do that. Bro, come on. I didn't even do that, bro. What the hell is this? I didn't even. Bro, for real? Here it goes. Sorry. Okay. Shoot. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Feel the sin enemy, so the devil, the harvest is the end of the world, the reapers. Oh, that's right. Zechariah 1:10. The reapers, right? We read this earlier. And Zechariah 1:10, and that the man stood among the myrtle trees, answered and said, these are they whom the Lord had sent to walk to and fro through the earth. And they answered the angel of the Lord that stood among the myrtle trees, that's the people, and said, we have walked to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sits still and is at rest. Then the angels asked, how long are you going to be punishing them? Who? What are we talking about? Right? Now let's go back. These angels, don't want to lose y'all. Then it says, in the field is the world, Matthew 13:38. In the field is the world, the good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The wicked one. Who's the wicked one? Cain. The seed of Cain. And that seed stayed. Remember Noah, Japheth, Ham, and Shem? That spirit stayed because it mixed between the two. So it was lurking through somebody. You see what I'm saying? So again, when Noah had Ham, he cursed Canaan. Right? Let's continue. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. Now we see the angels here. They're also the ones that assist on who are the tares and who are not. And therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, and it shall be in the end of the world. So now we're seeing like the tiller of the ground compared to the gatherer of the sheep. Right? Here we see the wheat, and here we see the tares. We know that Cain was a tiller of the ground. Oh, that's gonna hurt. So who is this harvester? How does he know where to go, how to turn? You see what I'm saying? We're dealing with the spirit here. Now let's go to Matthew 13:24. I'm sorry. Let's go back a little bit. Another parable. And now you're going to start seeing the actual understanding of it. Another parable he put forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in the field. Once again, the mind. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. Now we see who? The head or the heel? But when the blade sprung up, brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So these, we see once again, the tares grow faster. So these camps, IUIC, will look at our fruit. Look how many members we have. Yeah, tares grow a lot quicker than wheat. It's okay. You continue in your tear. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. Now we're seeing the tares because what's going on between IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, Sakari, that other new group now, Genesis. Sakari now wants to offer $1,000 to IUIC to come to battle him over the new covenant crap. Bro, for real? ¿Quién eres, güey? So let's continue. So the servants of the household came and said unto him, Sir, there is now sow good seed in the field? From whence then did hath its tares? Who is the tiller of the ground? You know it. He said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servant said unto him, Will thou then go and gather them up? No. Be patient. If you see men as trees walking, that means you got to get rooted. That means you got to get rooted. So be patient. You'll see it come to pass. You guys that came out of camps, these BHI camps, and you're like confused because your family, whatever, like, yo, be patient. Examine yourself if you're in the faith and actually fucking repent. Excuse my language, but actually do it. None of these camps can show you how to repent. I'm telling you, they don't have those scriptures. Oh, just here you go, that's it, and then go have a drink. Bro, trust and believe. Trust and believe. I probably 98% of the people that have been in there with serious problems like addiction and all that stuff that they want to change, they can't help them. There's no fruit, spiritual fruit. It's all knowledge of good and evil, but not of the tree of life. Then it says, and he said unto them, an enemy had done this. I'm sorry, verse 29. But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, until the end. And in thy time of the harvest, I will say to the reaper, gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in a bundle, and burn them. Don't get taken, but gather the wheat into my barn. You see that? Let them grow together until harvest. Right? That's why I keep saying Hosea 10. Reap in mercy. Sow yourself to, in Hosea 10:12. Sow to yourselves in righteousness. Reap in mercy and break up your fallow ground. Repent. Be a new man. As a child again. Be reborn. Sincerely. In faith and truth. With love for yourself. For love for your family. For love for your brethren. For your mom. For your dad. For all the shit you've done. I mean, embrace it because you've learned from it. If you didn't know that was bad, you wouldn't be good. You know what I mean? That's not the tree of good and evil, family. We're talking about witchcraft shit. People that have no love for the Most High. For this is the time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. What did we just read? We read the same thing in the parable. Let them both go together until the harvest. Matthew 13:30. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reaper, gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in a bundle, and burn them. But gather the wheat into my barn. That's what it says, sow yourselves in righteousness. Bind yourselves in your two furrows. The two sticks concept is gone. This whole concept like, oh, I'm a tribe, I'm a Judite, I'm a Issacharite, bro, stop it, man. Two sticks are gone. One nation. Don't worry about that shit. Why don't you repent and actually really do something good for yourself? Like change yourself. Like be a professional about your life. Like think about all your thoughts. What are you going through? What are you doing? Are you really changing your ways? Are you being better with your wife or your husband or your children? Or you're making time for your daughter, for your sons, for all of those things? Are you really making time for the Lord and having them always in the mind? A lot of y'all say you will, but you don't. This is why it's important to understand the Messiah, what he was trying to tell us since the beginning. That's why he's, okay, let me read it. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Let me read it. John 16:3. It says here, these things will they do unto you because they have not known the Father nor me. Because it was since the beginning. But these things have I told you, that when the time shall come, ye may remember that I told you of them. And these things I said not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you. Spirit of righteousness and spirit of wickedness. All you have to do is go to Wisdom of Solomon 2 and read. There are people that don't believe at all, and there are people that really, really do. And there's a lot of people that act the part and say, yeah, I believe in God and da-da-da-da, look at us. And all. Bro, listen, man. Your fruit bears witness. Your children are horrible. Y'all have a bad seed, yo. You want to base it on count? How about you base it on fruit, spiritual fruit? When I see your kids, that's why I say a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. So you have a wicked woman because that's wicked that you are. So all of you, your particular type of nation, Canaan, excuse my language, but you bitches are crazy. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. John 15:27. Ye also bear witness because you have been with me Ye also bear witness because ye have been with me from the beginning. He re-emphasizes it again. John 1:1. That which was from the beginning, which we have heard from the beginning, which ye have seen with our eyes from the beginning. Remember Jeremiah, I knew you in the belly before I made you, which we had looked upon from the beginning, and our hands have handled of the word of life. For the life was manifested, and we have seen it, right? And bear witness, right? And show to you the eternal life, which was the Father, which was with the Father and was manifested unto us since the beginning. That's why he said he will put the words in you once more. He'll bring the remembrance of things once more. Remember? The remembrance of things. Isaiah 48. Check it. Isaiah 48, verse 15. It says, I have spoken, yea, I have called him, I have brought him, and he shall make his way prosperous. Come ye near unto me, hear ye this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that it was. There I am. And now the Lord God and his Spirit has sent me. That's not God. That's God saying he's sending somebody with a specific spirit from the beginning, because it's not a secret from the beginning. And if you were there from the beginning, you would understand what this was from the beginning since Genesis. And no BHI or Christian Christmas believer would understand any of this, and neither would they even embrace it, to be honest with you. But before we move forward, let me just go back here. Because we don't have to go back to those other, other books that I had regarding the Geneva and the New Oxford. Let me just kind of touch on this. Genesis 4:7. If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. Meaning sin starts in the mind. So you dumbass Old Testament keepers, I remember I asked one of y'all, when does sin start? When you sleep with another woman, or when you think of that in your mind and you do all that shit? Oh, when I sleep with another woman. There you go. Because you believe it's all based on physical action, that it doesn't start somewhere else. You lack consciousness. You lack understanding. You lack spiritual discernment. That's what it is. It started since the beginning. That's why he was talking to people in parables. All in the mind. The tree, the tares, the wheat, the fig tree, the olive tree, right? I see man as trees walking. He spits, in his hands and spits in his eyes. What is that? Water. The water of the word. You see, when I look at since the beginning, and I'm talking, and I'm starting to see that we were dealing with spirits since the beginning, here I can actually now go back and say Cain was dealing with spirits already, because we know that Eve was dealing with spirits already, so to speak, because those spirits influence you to do what you're not supposed to, right? For example, and Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass that when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. You see the pattern of sin? So if you don't know the Messiah, if you don't know how he taught his apostles, if you don't understand any of it, if you don't even know Genesis, you're never going to understand what he's talking about in James. The pattern of sin, right? If thou doest well, thou shalt not be accepted. And if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted. And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire. So sin wants to overcome you, and thou shalt rule over him. That's why it says the spirit and the flesh always fight against each other. Let me not forget this one. Hold on a second. Give me a second. The spirit and the flesh are always at their necks. Check this. Wisdom of Solomon 9 and 13. For what man is he that can, Wisdom of Solomon 9:14. For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices but are uncertain. For the corruptible body, the thoughts press it down the soul. And the earthly tabernacle, this host, weigh down the mind that muse it upon many things. The battle was always in the mind. So you Old Testament dumbasses, how the hell are you going to know? If you don't know the New Testament, you wouldn't know any of this. You would still be like, oh, well, I ain't cheating on my wife because, I'm always... Shut up. The pattern of sin. The pattern of sin is the point. Let's go back so you can understand what I'm talking about. Because this is exactly what since the beginning. If you weren't there, then you wouldn't know. That's why it says it was our schoolmaster to lead us on to the Messiah. Galatians 3:23. You need the schoolmaster to lead us onto Christ. And if you don't know the schoolmaster, meaning the Bible, if you weren't given the instructions since the beginning, you're not going to understand. You're not going to see this clarity. So beautiful. Look at the pattern of sin. If you do well, right? Genesis 4:7. Here, let me do it like this. Genesis 4:7. If you had done the right thing, you would be smiling. But because you have done evil, sin is crouching at the door. So how does sin crouch at the door? What door? You talk about a physical house? Christians? No. In the mind. It wants to rule you, but you must overcome it. Wisdom of Solomon 9:14. Right? Muse it upon many things. Okay, so now, this is why the Messiah, and in case you guys don't know, this is the Messiah's brother. Now we can see what he was teaching them. Using the old scriptures, reminding you. James 1:14. But we are tempted when we are drawn away and trapped by our own evil desires. Cain chose to offer his offering his way. Where did he learn it from? We touched on it. Then he's wroth because the Most High didn't like it. So instead of ruling over sin, what does he do? He allows the pattern of sin to take over. Watch this. But we are tempted when we are drawn away and trapped by our own desires. See, let me read it in King James because I like it like this. It says here, but every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. So when he is drawn away, you're tempted first. Then you're drawn away of your own lust, your own passion, your own vanity. And then now you're enticed. So first you think about it. Like, nah, I don't want to do that. Nah, I don't want to do that. And you're like, well, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just halfway. Right? That old thing. No, just a head. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Or just one drink. You know what I mean? But you don't go pick it up, right? You don't go to the store. You don't call the girl, whatever. But then that moment when you say, I am. And you walk in the door and you buy that beer. Or you pick up the phone and you make the decision. Or you go to that girl and you ask for the number. Then when lust has conceived, Cain then invited Abel to the field. It bringeth forth sin. Then Cain slew his brother. And sin, when it's finished, and Cain regretted it, and bringeth forth death. You see? But was he sincere? No. Again, since the beginning of time, we knew this. So all of these things matter. Now that you have an idea of the pattern, the thinking, the mentality, right? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this. Let me show you something. We're going to read Jubilees now. Now let's explore. Because we really grasped, we really touched on this like spirit thing, you know what I mean? Like that, some heavy points, right? So now let's explore Jubilees. We're going to go to Jubilees 10. What happens in Jubilees 10? So we're talking about Genesis 4. We're talking about since the beginning of time. And the Messiah came to give us remembrance of things. Jubilees 10:1 says, in the third week of the Jubilees, and the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah. First, Cain, now Noah, to err and destroy them. And the sons of Noah came to Noah, their father, and they told him concerning the demons, which are leading astray and blinding and slaying his sons' sons. So now there was a time, we clearly can see, that Japheth, Ham, and Shem were listening to their father. And he prayed before the Most High, his sovereign ruler, and said, Most High, the spirits of all flesh, who have shown mercy unto me, I have saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and have saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and have not caused me to perish as you did the sons of perdition. For your free, unmerited pardon has been great towards me, and great hath been your mercy to my soul. Let you free, unmerited pardon, let me lift. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. No, hold on. No, sorry. I'm going to continue reading. I don't want to do it. Let me skip real quick, because if I do that, then I'm just going to lose you. So we see here that they're leading them astray, right? Okay. Let's go to verse 7. And the Most High, our sovereign ruler, bade us to bind all the spirits. And the chief of the spirits, Mastama, came and said, Creator, let some of them remain before me, and let them listen to my voice, and to do all that I say unto them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my will on the sons of men. For these are for corruption. We saw Zechariah 1:10 and 11. We saw Sirach 39 or 38:27. We saw that, right? For these are for corruption and leading astray before my judgment. For great is the wickedness of the sons of men. Of Cain. That spirit. So he says here, let the 10th part remain, right? And he continues. And let 9 part descend into the place of condemnation. And one of us commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicine. For he knew that they would not walk upright nor strive in righteousness. So here we see that these spirits that are going to stick around taught Noah one particular thing, how to cure themselves. Because he knew that the other nation of people were going to also deal with these spirits. And he did according to his word all the malignant evils and he did according to his word, according to all his words, all the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and a 10th part of them we left that they might be subject before Satan on the earth. Zechariah 1:10. The spirits that go to and fro through the myrtle trees. And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, and how we might heal them with herbs of the earth. Now, you guys don't know this, or maybe you do, but Raza has the most herbal medicine recipes in the entire world. Let me continue. And Noah wrote down all things in a book, and as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine, thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. See this now. Why am I saying that? Because we're going to start seeing this tree of evil. What connections does it have? It isn't just, it's people, but it's also things that people do. In case you guys never heard of this thing called. It's just called the wisdom of King Solomon's seal. Remember in the New Oxford, it talked about the wisdom, the knowledge of good and evil, the knowledge, the wisdom of the ancients, right? Now, I don't know if Solomon had power like this, but I think that the tree of good and evil is also because of this, family. I think having powers over spirits, but not in a righteous manner. And I'm going to prove it. Luke 10:20. Notwithstanding, in this rejoice not that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. Well, here we see that's the wisdom. That's the tree of life, right? Now, don't rejoice, don't boast. Just be mindful and be thankful that you're not being overcome by them. Just because you can rule over them, don't make you better than other people. See them level-headed. Never see yourself below, never see yourself above. Only let the Most High decide that for you. We see here, though, the knowledge of wisdom of good and evil, the 32 paths of wisdom, how to activate the seals, the first seal of Jupiter, second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh. In case you guys don't know, there is 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns in the name of blasphemy written in its seal. See, these are books on regarding, I don't read them. Angelic alphabet, mystical alphabets. Do you guys forget that Saul went to that woman and she was dealing with spirits? See, right here we see, I'm not going to read it, to be honest. I just want to show you the wisdom. See, the wisdom of King Solomon's seal is now available to everyone. If God wanted you to know this, do you think he just would have gave it to just him and not everybody? Remember the video that they shut my other channel down? They shut it down because in the 4th evolution of the teachings of thought, the tarot cards were actually a big deal about them. And everything that has to do with the teachings of thought have to do with the Kabbalah, the Sephiroth, the Jacob's ladder, like all of that concept. Sophia, Abraham, all of that shit. According to the Jewish tradition, God created the world using 22 letters of the alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet, during the 6 days of creation. The word is 22, precisely the same number as the major arcana of tarot. You guys saw that. The Kabbalah affirms that each of us is individually rooted in one specific alphabetical letter containing the primordial energy of creation. See? I don't know if you guys know this cartoon called The Princess and the Frog. The guy sells his soul to have power. We hear a lot about that currently. The keys of Solomon. Is this really the right wisdom? The first book, The Key of Solomon, is the most famous ritual magic text that exists today. The tree of good and evil. The Talmud, the tree of good and evil. The Sephiroth, the tree of good and evil. The power of controlling wicked ass spirits. and not by having sincerity. Luke 10:20, notwithstanding in this rejoice not that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. It's just what's so important, and it goes back to the first beginning, 2 Corinthians 13. Examine yourselves. Back and forth, we're being told you are going to be dealing with these spirits on a very high level. And if you don't know how to rule your own spirit, you will be overcome. That's what it says. Rejoice not over that. But see, because if you control spirits, in a sense, wicked shit, you owe them something. Because the Most High ain't protecting you. You opening doors on that shit. That shit is real, family. You guys think I'm crazy. I'm thinking whatever. You guys think I'm crazy. I guess I am crazy. Proverbs 16:32. He that is slow to anger is better than he that is mighty. Better than the mighty, I'm sorry. And he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. That's why if you guys want to say, oh yeah, we're going to rule the kingdom. Yeah, you can't even rule your own spirit, let alone rule your own household. Check this out. I think it even talks about it in Acts. I think that's why I wrote it down. Acts 5:12, I'm sorry. Acts 5:12 says, and by the hands of the apostles were many signs and wonders wrought among the people, and they were all with one accord in Solomon's porch. And the rest durst no man join himself to them, but the people magnified themselves. And the believers were more added to the Lord, multitudes both men and women. What happened here? Verse 12, by the hand people were saved. Verse 16, and there came also a multitude out of the city round about into Jerusalem, bringing sick folks, and them which were vexed with unclean spirits. And they were healed every one. Luke 10:20. Don't boast because you can rule over them. Acts 8:7. For unclean spirits crying with loud voices came out of many that were possessed with them, and many taken with palsies. And they were lame and were healed. By what? There are two ways to move, the righteous way or the wicked way. And you cannot, like a crooked tree can never bring forth good fruit. They can act like it. Nate the snake can act like it. And Nate, from IUIC, do your children believe? Are your children in the quote unquote truth? They're not, Nate. Nate the snake's children, the leader of IUIC, his kids are not in the truth. The spirit, your fruits bear the spirit. Acts 19:11. That's why they can't help you, family. When you have problems and addictions and stuff like that, they can't help you because they are the sons of Sceva. Acts 19:11, and God wrought special miracles by the hands of Paul, so that from his body were brought unto the sick handkerchiefs of aprons, and the disease departed from them, and the evil spirit went out of them. Then certain vagabond Jews, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, all these so-called teachers of the word, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which were evil spirits in the name of the Lord, Jesus, the Messiah, saying, we adjure you by the Meshiacha, by Yahweh Shai, by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Barakata. You know, they say that, right? That's what they say. We adjure you by the Jesus of power. And there were 7 of the skivas, of these skis, these BHIs, these fopies and shit. A Jew, supposedly, and chief priests of them, which did so. And the evil spirits answered and said, Meshiach I know, Paul I know, but who are you? And the man in whom the evil spirits was leaped on them and overcame them and prevailed against them. So they fled out of the house naked and wounded. What has happened to those Kemetic communities and BHIs? What do you guys constantly see? Pedophilia, child abuse, right?
Que alguien me explique.
If you don't guard yourself, man, if you think you know what you're doing, trust and believe that whatever power you think you got, some person came here and tried to curse me. Oh, God's gonna go, bro. Bring that nap over here. Your spirits are not gonna do nothing to me. I don't believe. I don't give into that. I know what the scripture is about. And I have enough faith to believe that if I'm supposed to get in trouble, it's because of the Most High. And I did something, I deserve it. But by you claiming dumb shit, that don't scare me. Matthew 12:43. Remember, we are host. We are trees. And there's the potential that if you don't cleanse yourself, you will be moved this way. When the unclean spirit, Matthew 12:43, this is what happens when the unclean spirit, watch this. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest and findeth none. Then he, the spirit, then he saith, the spirit, I will return into my house from whence I came out. You are his host. He said my house. He didn't say your path. He said his shit. So this flesh, is it yours? And when he came, and when he come, and when he has come, he find it empty, swept, and gone. It's meaning like, it don't look like the house I used to live in. This guy's trying to change, huh? Then goeth he and taketh himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself. And they enter in and dwell there in you. You're our host. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even so shall it be also unto the wicked generation. That's why Hosea 10 once again says, reap in mercy, break up the fallow ground. It's time to seek the Lord. Because those 7 wicked spirits, you think they weren't here since the beginning? You think they don't know y'all? They do. Check this out. And that's why you got a lot of these people, Wabos, BHIs, you know what I mean? And some of you brothers get mad, and I understand that. I totally get it. But check this out. This is what they're dealing with. Trust and believe. When I started Meshiacha Chronicles, or Bible Chronicles at that time, I said, I'm here to rip your spirit, Canaan. I'm going to rip your spirit from you, Canaan. That's what I said I was going to do. And so far, so good, I've been doing it. I said that Zechariah was going to fall first. And I even called that young kid. I said it. He will be the first one to fall. I said that shit a year ago. Thank you, brother, for reminding me of that. 2 Chronicles 18:20. Watch this. Then there came out a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will entice him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of the prophets. And the Lord said, thou shalt entice him. Thou shalt also prevail. Go out and do even so. See? Now, therefore, behold, the Lord had put a spirit in the mouth of these thy prophets, and the Lord had spoken evil against thee. So these people here, BHIs, Fopies, bro, y'all can continue to do what you do. I know what's behind you. Wobbles. I mean, you can only lie so much. And then eventually it's like, bro, you can't lie with this shit no more. That's like, bro, that's just, you're cookie cutting stories here. Like, really? For real? Really? That's why I keep telling you. When you're dealing with people, you got to look beyond their flesh. Listen to them clearly. Look at their moves. Pay attention to their doctrine. They all have holes. If you don't know the Bible, they will confuse you. But if you do, why do you think they never mess with Meshiacha Chronicles? They never, ever want to debate me. Not vocab Malone. No BHI camp that calls out even small schools that has about 500 followers too. I think what is it? The Nation of Kings. This other camp, like, try to debate them, right? They got as many followers as I do. They used to follow my channel. I don't know if they still do. I don't have a problem with them, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. There's certain people I just don't. You could tell by the spirit. They're trying. I'll give them that. They're trying. But a lot of y'all, man, y'all don't get whatever. But you don't want to touch it. Why? Because you know what I'm dealing with. You know damn well what spirit I'm dealing with. You may not understand it. Jubilees 10. Watch this real quick. Let's go back to Jubilees. Let's go back to Jubilees just to make a point here real quick. Make sure I don't forget, because then I'll start talking. We're talking about lying spirits, right? Jubilees 10:14. What did it say here? And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. And Noah slept with his fathers and was buried in Mount Labor and Ararah. Let's see. Did I write this down? Let's see. I don't know why I wrote that down. What the hell are you in there for? That's dumb. That just confused me. Let's go back to Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 18. I don't want to lose my point. Give me a second. 2 Chronicles 18:20 says, Then there came out a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will entice him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? So now we know that there will be lying spirits to make you believe, to make you question yourself, because you're still in sin. That's why. So when you doubt faith, it's because you're still in sin. And trust me, I know, because I've been through it. I wasn't really examining. Isaiah 29:11. Watch this real quick. And the vision of all is become unto you as the word of the book that is sealed, which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I am not learned. We have people that cannot see teaching. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as these people draw near me with their mouth, with their lips do honor me. Real quick, I just found out from when I was at IUSC, one of the brothers here, Hispanic dude, like, he married his daughter to a Canaanite. And I'm going to tell you this. He based it off their doctrine. This is a man that looks nothing like a West African or half African or just like nothing. And you as a man, as a 47-year-old man, excuse my language, let me close this real quick because I'm going to say something. You give your daughter over to this dude. You're basically saying, I come from the nutsacks of these people. Is that not embarrassing to you as a man knowing? Or are you that scared? A lot of you guys are still in these camps because you're scared. Oh, the spirit, I don't know. And with his lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts far from me, and fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. Precepts of men. Therefore, I behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among these people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, the knowledge of good and evil. We're seeing it because that did not attract some of us. That's why he said, I left a remnant who has not bent the knee. Isaiah.
Gotcha, bitch.
Who are you?
Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do marvelous work among these people, even a marvelous work among and wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish. Babylon, Talmud, Kabbalah, Thoth, the Emerald Tablets, the prosperity doctrine. You know what I mean? What's his name? Francis Bacon, the Saint Germain, all of that shit. All of it. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. The understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. So the truth will not be given to them. Woe unto them that seek deep. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Lord. And their works are in the dark, and say, who seeth us and who knoweth us? You guys notice that? We see that, right? We see. I think we see it. Surely your turning upside down of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. Remember, the creator, the created now thinks he is a creator. The tree of good and evil. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing that framed of him that framed it, he had no understanding? Like, I know more than the Most High. I got a tree of good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life, it ain't good enough, bro. It ain't good enough. No, my shit is the best. That's what it's saying. Like, you really turned this shit upside down, didn't you? Now you got a book of your own. Now you have a book of your own. Okay, sounds good. I see. Isaiah 45:9. Woe unto him that strive with his maker. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherd of the earth. Shall the clay say unto him that fashioned it, what maketh thou, or thy work? He had no hands. We see of things turning upside down now. Check this out. Psalms 106. This is great right here. Psalms 106. Hold on a second. Psalms 106, verse 34. Let me see if I can rewind this real quick. Psalms 106, verse 34 says this. Let me read that real quick. It says, they did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them. Hold on, let me go verse 33. Because they provoke his spirit so that he spake unadvisedly with his lips. They did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord had commanded them, but were mingled among the heathen and learned their works. And they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. Now the potter's teaching. I'm sorry, now the pot, not the potter. Now the pottery is teaching y'all. Yeah, they sacrificed their sons and daughters unto devils and shed innocent blood, even unto their sons and their daughters. When they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. What are we seeing here now? Now we're seeing, who is this demon of the Canaan? This god of Canaan now. The Most High told us, when you go into that land, don't do what those people do. Who are they related to? We'll look into it a little bit. Thus were they defiled with their own works and went in the whoring with their own inventions. God is black. He's got woolly hair. He's from Africa. Therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own inheritance. Why? You guys believe every damn doctrine of the wind. Oh, I'm gonna be black now. Oh, I can be black now. Like, y'all are stupid. Like, really think about it, man. What the hell? Like, we now know that before these conquistadors came, black or white, whatever, we were already light-skinned. Why are you guys believing this shit? Oh, I'm only light-skinned. What's your name, bro? What's his name? Cornelius. Cornelius. El Leon, the electrician. You telling me that what I find is not true? You're telling me that there was no black conquistadors? You're telling me that you don't know that we were light-skinned prior to them showing up? Because you believe that you got light-skinned, right? Like you, right? With your daughter that you married to a Canaanite, that you got light-skinned because you were black like them, which gives heathens two wobbles. And now you look like this because you mixed. Well, bro, there's nothing African about you. There's nothing. So if anything, you're not even them. Ciroc, man, let's go to this. As a matter of fact, let me continue because I don't want to get sidetracked. It actually bothered me, family. Like, I don't care about the young girl, but I guess I care about the fact that the young girl is married into this shit, all because of supposed to be doctrine, not because of like really selectively. And I know because I was around them. Trust me. It took 3-4 years for this to occur, family. What that means is that they became friends and she's like, okay, well, there's nothing out there. Yes, exactly. And with these Canaanites who are basically in your face saying, yeah, you got to marry into the woolly to be saved. You're stupid. You just gave your daughter to the worst shit that you could imagine. Sirach 19:18. The fear of the Lord is the first step to be accepted of him, and the wisdom obtaineth his love. Not the wisdom of good and evil. The knowledge of the commandment of the Lord is the doctrine of life, the tree of knowledge. And they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality. Did Cain do it? No. Even since the beginning. For the fear of the Lord is all wisdom. And in all wisdom is the performance of the law, the application of understanding where you are, examining yourself every single day, daily, in the knowledge of his omnipotency. Meaning that you never will try to measure up to him. Never will you say, I only believe in God if he looks like a Mexican or a black person or a white person. What the hell is wrong with y'all, bro? The fear of the Lord is all wisdom. And all this wisdom is the performance of the law and the knowledge of its omnipotency. You see this? But no. You take Genesis 2:7. Oh, yeah, look, I got woolly hair. Bro, he made you of the dust of the ground so you wouldn't boast about yourself. But nah, you Negroes took it way too far. Now you got to have woolly to be saved. Shit. Matter of fact, you got to accept that the Messiah is black for you to have woolly. Watch, I'll show you. I'll show you. And it's actually this guy that married his daughter. I'm going to throw it in your face. You're a sad case. You're a real sad case. Man to man, because I have children, and if you're my people, I'm like Nehemiah right now. I'm freaking mad at you, bro. I'm disgusted with you. I'm so disappointed with your ass. Like, I actually thought you were smart. Like, I actually thought you were smart, but no. Watch this. Listen to this.
Meternos con los líderes espirituales de la comunidad para traer resultado positivo a nuestra gente.
Pues sencillamente nosotros creemos conforme a las escrituras que recibiremos el Espíritu Santo.
Jesucristo es negro, Jesucristo es negro, Jesucristo es negro.
Santo, digo, vámonos.
Ya estuvo.
Yo tengo que decir que Cristo es negro.
Claro que sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
Que Cristo es negro.
Claro que sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
O está mal que yo diga que a mí no importa el color que sea.
El aspecto del que estaba sentado, la fisonomía, el aspecto, era semejante a piedra de jaspe, justo una piedra de jaspe. Muy café, muy café. El aspecto, el color de Dios también es negro.
See what I mean? He says here that in order for you to be saved, you got to accept that the Messiah is a Negro. Watch it.
Cristo es negro.
Claro que sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
He says, see. So this guy here, right, does that shit. Gets out of the Canaan. Now, bro, you don't look nothing West African at all, bro. At all. At one fucking cent, not even one thing. Look at your little skinny lips. Where's your woolly? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Oh, that hurts. So this is the doctrine of devils. Listen, the wheat and the tares, let them grow and you'll see who they are. They are known by their fruits. Let's go.
Meternos con los líderes espirituales de la comunidad para traer resultado positivo a nuestra gente.
pues sencillamente nosotros creemos conforme a las escrituras que recibiremos el Espíritu Santo.
Jesucristo es negro.
Santo, digo, vámonos.
Ya estuvo.
Yo tengo que decir que Cristo es negro.
Claro que sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
O está mal que yo diga que a mí no importa el color que sea.
El aspecto del que estaba sentado, la fisonomía, el aspecto, era semejante a piedra de jaspe, justo una piedra de jaspe. Muy café, muy café. El aspecto, el color de Dios también es negro.
Muy café. Muy café. Shut your dumb ass up, bro. Let me educate you, because apparently you're only good at fucking doing electricity. Like, this is, man, you're an embarrassment, bro. And you know what? And I don't care anymore. I don't care. It don't matter to me. Okay? So, Jasper. What color is Jasper, family? What color is Jasper? I mean, maybe if you go there, but even that's not muy negro, muy negro. Oh, what is he, green? Or is he white? Oh, shit. Nah, hold on a second. He's yellow like an Asian, right? Like you guys call them yellows and shit. Oh, is he blue? I mean, what is wrong with y'all, bro? For real? I mean, you're gonna okay. That's Jasper. So which color is it? Which one are you gonna pick? The yellow one, the brown one, the blue one, the gray one? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Come on, man. For real? No, I know who y'all are. So let's continue. The Sirach 19:22. The knowledge of the wickedness is not wisdom. I'm sorry. Let me go back. Verse 21. If a servant say to his master, "I will not do as it pleaseth thee," though afterward he do it, he angered him that nourisheth him. The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom. I showed y'all. Neither at any time the counsel of sinners produce, or prudence, of sinners prudence. Then it says here, let me make sure that I'm confirming this, right? Because we're going to go to 25. There is a wickedness in the same an abomination, and that there's a fool wanting in wisdom. I don't understand, you know what I mean? So I'm going to read the Talmud, the Kabbalah, the Mishnah, all of that shit, because I want to know the St. Thomas Gospels and all these other ones. He that had small understanding feared God. What did Abel do? He just listened to the Creator. Is better than one that had much wisdom and transgressed the law of the Most High. And trust and believe, family, what I know didn't come overnight. It literally took a long time, and quite frankly, it really had to do more about me repenting, more than anything. And then it says, there is an exquisite subtlety, and the same is unjust. And there is one that turneth aside to make judgment appear, and there's a wise man that justified in judgment. So we see this in these BHIs or Christianities. Now, let's peel the skin back just a slight bit. I'm going to show you something now. Now we're going to start breaking down the barrier. Let's see if I can do this. Hold on a second. Where is it at? I thought I saved it, bro. Didn't I save it? Hold on. Okay, I guess I did. Here, let me do it here. I thought I saved it, but I guess I did. I like this translation. I think it's important. And again, it's all about using a different translations to get better understanding. And don't go by. It's in Wisdom of Solomon 12. Okay, so it's back here. There it goes. So now let's read this. Now let's find out, because remember it said the gods of Canaan, right? Okay, so now that we know Cain and Abel, tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge, the tree of life, that there be two spirits, Cain, then later Seth, then they mixed, and then now Noah, and then through Noah something occurred. Now we know that Ham and Canaan, and then all of a sudden Nimrod, right? Now we also know that there were nations that were dwelling in certain areas that they weren't supposed to be in. So let me go to Jubilees 9 first, and then I'm going to bring you back to Wisdom of Solomon 12, so we can understand. Now, remember the Jubilees 10, it says how the spirits started to manipulate them. Okay, cool. So now watch this. This is the division. This is in the Peleg time. That's when they're all scattered around Peleg. And Ham divided among his sons. The portion came forth for Cush towards the east. I've showed you guys a map. That's like Ethiopia. And to the west of him, meaning, Ethiopia, right? That area. To the left of him, when you're looking at a map in Africa, to the left of him, that's, like Mizraim, Egypt, right? So to speak, like North Africa. And to the west of him, meaning to the left of Mizraim, like North Africa Central, is for Put. And now to the west of him, meaning all the way to West Africa. And to the west thereof, meaning west. So you go from east to west, from East Africa to West Africa, on the sea for Canaan. So Canaan was supposed to be where? In Africa. In where? In West Africa. Now, this means that if you believe in the Bible, then the life didn't originate out of Africa, did it?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Liars. No, it originated in Central Asia. South Central Asia, so to speak. And Shem also divided among his sons. The first portion came forth for Ham, his sons, to the East River, meaning Africa. A Tigris to the approach to the east, and the whole land of India. So from where the sons of Ham were, right, from Cush and Mizraim, that area, all the way to the east, all the way to India. Okay, so now we know now the division. Okay, cool. But what occurred? So we know that Cain was rebellious. He didn't listen to his father, the creator or the spirit, right? We know that already. We also know that Ham didn't listen to his father. Okay, sounds good. Now, what is going on? Why do these damn heathens want to include as the land of Shem as part of the land of Africa? Oh, it's because Cain was part of Africa, and that's why. Shut your ass up, bro. That woolly hair you got is too tight on you. 10:28. Jubilees. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was occupied. Remember Africa, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south, meaning lots. God is not a confuser of people. God is not a confuser of things, right? Everything's in order. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was occupied, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan, who was supposed to be in West Africa, right, to the west of Put, that is to the west thereof, saw that the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good, meaning from Mizraim and Cush, land of Shem. He liked it as he passed by. He liked it. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west. So they were coming from Asia into Africa. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and for the borders of the sea. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, and said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which not fall to us by lot, meaning by order. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall. What does that mean? Conduct and speech inciting people to rebel against the authority or a state of monarch. Who rebelled first? Cain. Who rebelled first again? Canaan. Who created the first city? Nimrod. Who is that spirit flying through? Ham. That's gonna hurt. Wisdom of Solomon now. Sorry, Wisdom of Solomon now. Now let's read this in New Oxford. Now you're gonna understand. So who is in this land? Canaan. And what are these people about? Let's find out. Wisdom of Solomon 12:1. For your immortal spirit is in all things since the beginning, right? Therefore, you correct little by little those who trespass. Now, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. They're all in Noah, Shem, Japheth, and Ham, officially in all of them. Therefore, you correct little by little those who trespass. Canaan trespass. Why? We're going to see. And you remind and warn them of the things through which they sin. Rebelling is as witchcraft. We go back to it. Let me show you. Rebellion is as witchcraft. See it? For rebellion, Samuel 15:23. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness as iniquity and idolatry. Stop. So we see here now that this particular spirit, Cain, was listening to other spirits, was stubborn because he wanted to do his own thing, and was idolatrous because guess what? He thought he was God. Well, guess who did it too? Guess who's doing it now? Who is claiming to be the Hebrews? And they said, you got to have woolly hair and he's got to be black in order for me to believe. You have to believe in the Messiah that he's black, or else you don't get salvation. That's idolatry. And that's stubbornness. And that's witchcraft, because that's rebellion. Don't ever measure yourself up to that image. Never should it even occur. And never should it you guys have occurred to thinking of yet. But you know what? It's not far-fetched, because that's just the seed. That's the way it is. So now let's go back to this point, because don't want to lose y'all. Now we know. Wisdom of Solomon 12 and I'll say 2. Therefore you correct little by little those who trespass, and you remind and warn them of the things through which they sin, so that they may be freed from wickedness and put their trust in you, O Lord. Watch this. So Canaan was there, right? Okay. Those who lived long ago in your holy land, you hated for their detestable practices, their works of sorcery and unholy riots. Who was teaching them this? Was it the tree of life or the knowledge of good and evil? Their merciless slaughters of children and their sacrificial feasting of human flesh and blood. These initiates, don't forget that, like Freemasonry, Eastern Star, like Freemasons here in America. The initiates, right? From the midst of the heathen cult, these parents whose murderers' helpless lives you will to destroy by the hand of our ancestors. Remember the Exodus, Remember Joshua going into the land and looking at who was there? Canaan, right? The nations. Deuteronomy 7:3. These parents who murder helpless lives, you willed it to destroy by the hands of our ancestors, so that the land most precious of all to you might receive a worthy colony of the servant of God. So if Cain was a righteous seed, he wouldn't have called Abraham. But even these you spared, since they were but mortal, and sent wasps or as front runners for your armies, to destroy them little by little, though you were not unable to give them ungodly into the hands of the righteous in battle, or to destroy them at one blow by dread, wild animals, or your stern words. But judging them little by little, you gave them an opportunity to repent. Japheth, Ham, and Shem at that time had the chance, though you were not aware that their origin was evil. Of course he was. The seed of Cain. And their wickedness inborn. And their ways of thinking could never change. And they were accursed, and they were an accursed race from the beginning. You see this? So that's why he got rid of Canaan. That's why he got rid of Canaan. In a cursed race. See the curse of Canaan.
That's right.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
A wicked root is what we're dealing with. Check this out. I think it's this one.
The secret of making.
No, not that one. Let me see. No, not that one. Let's see this one. No, it's not that one. Where is it at? Let me see something. Let me see. Give me a second. Hold on. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, check this out, fam. It's a few minutes long. It's only 3 minutes. Let's remind ourselves. Initiates. Remember the word initiates, okay? Wisdom of Solomon 12 said that. Now we're seeing the spirit dwelling with a particular nation. Now it manifests with a lot of people, don't get me wrong, but there's a seed that is wicked, just wicked by nature. And we're going to see it throughout the night. Let's go. Listen to this.
The divine nine is something new to you. It's not new to us. So we have a lot of people we know involved in those things, right? We know of them, but they don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
He petitioned the Massachusetts state legislature for funds to educate children of color. He opened his home as a school to provide an education to adults of color. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew, and then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge.
It's natural sometimes when you speak to speak, you know, like this or whatever. You know, I see my dad do it all the time.
They genetically modified the beings that were on our cousins before we became Homo sapiens, whatever we were. They genetically modified, probably making us a lot more dumbed down, because that's where you get the junk DNA.
Oh, interesting.
We've been disconnected. Our brains were bigger. Our cousins' brains were much bigger than our brains right now, which means they were probably much smarter. The pineal glands were probably bigger as well.
Some books you don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not, and you can't tell me nothing. And you have some Israelites that, you know, believe that certain races are connected to the devil or Satan, and this is what they teach. You know, like so Satan's children incarnate. Some books you don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not, and you can't tell me nothing. And you have some Israelites that, you know, believe that certain races are connected to the devil, or Satan, and this is what they teach. You know, like, so Satan's children incarnate, walking on this earth, are a group of people, and so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
I said, okay, let's do it in person at our school in Atlanta. He responds back. He says, no, let's do it neutral ground. We'll get a building. We're gonna the niggas.
When it started getting heated, he had to leave, and he tried to say, "Well, you're gonna say, well, the wicked flee when none pursue it." You know, that's just a cop out. You know, we know you don't want to answer
a platform.
All right. So if you want to do the debate, we can do it right here in the building that I'm sitting at in Atlanta, Georgia. If not, you're scared to deal with it. Go ahead, D.
Hey, and I got my ticket. I'll get my ticket right from Seattle to Atlanta. I'll be there live in the flesh.
Your super chats and super stickers. We appreciate you. We are a listener supported a platform. So thank you for all that you do to give.
See? Initiates wicked inborn. He said it himself. I didn't. Their origin was evil. Their origin was evil. A lot of these things, matter of fact, check this out. It tells you about these particular spirits moving a certain way, and it says don't conduct yourself in a certain manner because, you know, the mind works in has a certain aspect of doing things. Galatians 5:19, watch what it says. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, lasciviousness. The other one was adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulation, wrath, strife, and sedition, and heresies, envying, murders, drunkenness, reveling, and such alike, of which I tell you before, as I have told you in the time past, that they would do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Who was through sedition? For by sedition. Yeah. Now we saw in Oxford how, you know, these particular people that will be dealing with witchcraft, because we know that Wisdom of Solomon talked about worshiping other demons, sorcery and stuff like that, right? We saw that. And it mentions initiates. Deuteronomy 12 says this. Let me see if I can find it. It says the warning of idolatry. I'll just read it. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination of the Lord which he hated have they done unto their gods, for even their sons and their daughters have they burnt in fire to their gods. Witchcraft, sorcery, fertility, the fertility god, you know, those kinds of things. For example, we talked about initiates, right? Ezekiel 8:5 says something very interesting. Check this out. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up your eyes now the way towards the north. So I lifted up my eyes in the way towards the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar, his image of jealousy in the entry. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. Freemasonry mimics, or at least they try to recreate the tabernacle of Solomon, Solomon's temple. He said furthermore unto me, Son of man, seest thou what they do? Even the great abomination that the house of Israel committed here, because these practices were not new, nothing new under the sun. What are being practiced today was being done then. Then I shall go far from off should I go far off from thy sanctuary? But turn ye again, and thou shalt see greater abomination. And he says, and he brought me into the door of the court, and when I looked, and behold, a hole in the wall. Then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when I was digged in the wall, behold, a door. And he said unto me, Go in, and behold, the wicked abomination that they do there. And so they went and he saw. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping thing and abominable beast, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed on the wall of round about. We know now when it comes to the Talmud and the Sephiroth, it's talking about the 10. Well, I'll show you in a bit. So now check this out. Here's where it gets really interesting. And there stood before them 70 men of ancients of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them, Jahjaniah, the son of Shaphat, with every man in censers in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up. You see this? It's like some type of celebration, some type of initiation, right? Then he says, turn unto me, then he said also unto me, turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abomination that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gates of the Lord house, which was towards the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Weeping for Tammuz. What do we know about this right here? What will be told? Well, let me show you something. Leviticus 18, 20 and 22. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife, nor defile thyself with her, and thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Moloch. Neither thou shalt profane the name of God. I am the Lord. So now we see Moloch. And what did we see earlier? We see it in Ezekiel, we see it in Leviticus, and then also in Acts, now that you get to see the idea. Romans 7, 43. Ye take up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Rephaim, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away from Babylon. Babylon. Worship Moloch, the star. What are we seeing here? We're seeing wisdom of Solomon, the initiates, the practices, even in the land. Those people, that tribe was doing this. They, I guess you could say from the book of Druidism, is kind of what we're looking at, right? Now, for example, let me go back to Wisdom of Solomon, just so you don't forget the topic. Wisdom of Solomon 12. Go to 6. With their parents out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed their own hands, the souls destitute of help, worshiping Baal, Moloch, burning to their children. What else were they doing? 2 Maccabees 6. For the temple was filled with riots and reveling by the Gentiles, who dallied with harlots and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy place, besides that brought in that thing that were not lawful. So they had orgies while sacrificing, while worshiping demons. They were doing this in the land too. Canaan brought this understanding through who? The spirits. And since when? Since Cain. It's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. I don't give a shit. Romans 13:13. Let us walk honestly as in the days, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantonness, not in strife or envying. As in the days, let us walk honestly as in the days. There was a time where we all walked honestly. That's why the Messiah said, there was a time where everybody listened to me. I'm sorry, the Messiah, the Most High, where everybody listened to me. But now everybody's doing their own shit. Men with men, women with women, women with animals, the P. Diddy shit, lubrication, Sodom and Egypt, all that crap. Sleeping with their daughters, their mothers. I got a video, family, that a kid asked his mom, I guess a woman did a threesome with the dude and his mom. And she said that the dude told his mom, you know what to do? Suck my so-and-so. And she did it in front of her. The mom. 1 Peter 4:3. For the time past of our lives will suffice us to have wrought the will of the Gentiles when we walked in lasciviousness, lust, excess of wine, revelings, banqueting, and abominable idolatries. We all done this. But who thrives in it? Who prefers it? Who enjoys it? Who loves it? Who originated it? Or who basically was, I'm okay with it. So much so that they were kicked out. Wisdom of Solomon 12:6, with their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, the parents and that killed with their own hands souls destitute of help. Who is this? Canaan. Canaan. This is Canaan right here, verse 11. For it was a cursed seed from the beginning. From the beginning. Cain, Ham, Canaan, Cush, Nimrod. It's in the family. Genesis 9:25. And he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brother. Why are you cursed, Canaan? Because through sedition, by sedition, rebellious spirit, which leads to witchcraft, which goes back to, believe it or not, I see if I'll read it to you. I have a link that actually says something very interesting. So now let's go back here. So we see Genesis, since we're close to it, 4:7. Cain here talks with Abel after being told what he should do. He kills him, right? What does Cain do also? In this one here, Cain then has children and he makes a city for his son, right? Who did that? Who did that? Genesis 10:8. And Cush begot Nimrod, and he began to be a mighty one in the earth. And he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. So Cain was a tiller of the ground. Esau was a hunter as well. Now we don't Esau or Edom mix with Cain right off the bat. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod was the mighty hunter before the Lord. So now we see Cain, Ham, Canaan, Nimrod. Never do you honor the Most High. Check this out. Again, we're using different materials to connect the dots. I'm not saying you believe and go with, no, you study what I show you. Study it. Just study it. And hopefully what I'm telling you is relevant. Watch this. So who is this Nimrod? Who are these rebellious people? We talk about Canaan being seditious. They went into the land that didn't belong to them, right? Okay, this is about the book of Jasher. I don't know if you guys have read it. Interesting topic. Let me just show you one particular piece, okay? One particular piece. Jasher 7:23 says, and Cush, the son of Ham, the son of Noah, took a wife in those days in his old age. And she bare a son and called his name Nimrod, saying, at that time, the Son of Man again began to rebel. What is rebelling? Witchcraft. And transgress against God. Meaning prior to him, people were following the Most High. And transgressed against God, and the child grew up, and his father loved him exceedingly, for he was a son of his old age. And the garments of skin which God made for Adam and his wife, when they were out of the garden, were given to Cush. How? For after the death of Adam and his wife, the garments were given to Enoch, the son of Jared. When Enoch was taken up to God, he gave them to Methuselah, his son. And at the death of Methuselah, now in case you guys have never seen the movie Noah, he wrapped his serpent skin around his arm to gain wisdom, so to speak, right? Kind of like that. And at the death of Methuselah, Noah took them and brought them to the ark, and they were with him until he went out of the ark. And in their going out, Ham stole those garments from Noah, his father, you see? And he took them and hid them from his brothers. And when Ham begat his firstborn Cush, he gave him the garments in secret. And they were with Cush many days. Now, and Cush also concealed them from his sons and brothers. And when Cush begat begot Nimrod, he gave those garments through his love for him. And Nimrod grew up, and he was 20 years old, and he put on those garments. And Nimrod became strong when he put on those garments and gave him might. And God gave him might and strength because, of course, that's of the will. And he was mighty, and he was a mighty hunter in the earth. Yea, he was a mighty hunter in the field. And he hunted the animals. He built altars, and he offered upon them the animals before the Lord. But in what way? Now, we know that Cain did the same thing, but not righteously. And Nimrod strengthened himself, and he rose up from amongst his brethren, and he fought the battles of his brethren against all their enemies around about. That is what they call giants. A tyrant. Men that will usurp themselves over others. And the Lord delivered all the enemies of his brethren into his hand, and God prospered him from time to time in his battles, and he reigned upon earth. That's why you have 4 different kingdoms. Yeah, God will deal with you like that. And Nimrod was 40 years old, and at the time of the war between his brethren and children of Japheth, so that they were in the power of their enemies. So he fights the children of Japheth. Nimrod went forth at the time, and he assembled all the sons of Cush and their family, and about 460 men, and they hired also from some of his friends and acquaintances about 80 men. And he gave them hire, and he gave their hire, and he went with them to battle. And when he was on the road, Nimrod strengthened the hearts of the people that went with him. See this? So now, Nimrod, y'all know that Babylon comes from him, right? And we know now that these 4 kingdoms seem to have been recreated: Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Rome, and today. All the same doctrine, the same shit. The Egyptians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, then the Persian Medes take over and they believe it. Then the Greeks do the same thing, change names. Then the Romans take over those gods, and like Zeus and all these other, godly, renowned men, like giants they call them, right? That doctrine, that's where that doctrine comes from, family. That's why you see all of this magical shit. You know what I'm saying? So we can clearly now get an idea or a concept of who are these people. They work in a very vainful way. Me, I am God. You follow me. I'm the leader, Ak. Because we're the head, Ak. We see this. Right? So now, check this out. Nimrod created Babylon, so to speak. All right. So then now when you read Isaiah 47, and remember these nations recreate themselves. Isaiah 47:1 says, "Come down and sit on the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground, there is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldean." You see now? The first beast, the second beast. Same concept, same doctrine, new name. Take thy millstone and grind mill, uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover thy thigh, pass over the river. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. See, we're going to start seeing now. Babylon and the Chaldeans. What occurred there? The spirit. Not Chaldeans per se, the spirit, the mindset, the type of people that are going to push this, that are going to want to thrive in this, that say, God loves America. Get the hell out of this country, you illegal alien, even though you guys are white or black. Y'all are saying that shit. Then it says, thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. As for our Redeemer, the Lord our host is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Then it says in verse 5, sit thou silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldean. It's younger than the old Babylon. It's a new kingdom, the fourth, with the same doctrine and the same idea of the devil, I guess you could say. For thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. Now, if you recall, when you go back to Ezekiel 8, now we're seeing Babylon, Judaism, Freemasonry, Kabbalah, witchcraft, sorcery. It happens today. And that's why when you see Isaiah 8, and let's go back to that. Remember, I'm talking about these men, right? They're in this room. They're like, doing some things in this place. Right? Okay, let's go to verse 12. It says, I think, is it verse 12? I think it's this one. Is it this one? Give me a second. No, therefore, behold, because I think I did put an extra note in there. Syria, come, pass with Judah, overflow, reach the damage, so your souls, all ye people, be broken. Give ear for the cart, country yourself, broken in pieces, girded, take fear together. Wait for the Lord. See, you need confederacy to all them that with the confederacy of fear. I was trying to get a point across here. A second. Son of man. Yeah, it's Ezekiel. Oh, that's why. I'm sorry. My bad. No wonder. I was like, what the hell? What the hell am I doing? Nah, it's right here, my friend. I'm good. Dispensa. All right, here we go. Ezekiel 8 and 5. Remember that? And then he said unto me, son of man, lift up thine eyes now in the way towards the north. Okay, cool. Let's go to verse 12. No, I'm sorry. Verse 12. Is it verse 12? No, it's just pendejo way. Verse 15, sorry. Then said he unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? So he's telling him, look further. Look more than what they're doing. Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than this. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altars, in these Freemason rooms, these associates or these initiations, for the initiates, they do this. They walk into a porch with an altar. We're about 5 and 20 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, backs towards him, and their face towards the east. And they worship the sun towards the east. You see what I'm saying? They weren't talking about, they were turning their backs on, so to speak, Jerusalem and worshiping the sun. This is Freemasonry right here. When you look at their tabernacle and all that stuff, I think of the video, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's in here. You can see it a little bit. Give me a second. Let's see.
The secret of...
No, not that one, not that one. Oh, here goes. This is from a movie I had shown you before. Let's see if it shows. There it goes, right there. You see this? You see the altar? You see the space, the checkered floor, the seats. This is exactly what they're talking about in Ezekiel 8:16. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. They recreate the tabernacle of Solomon. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, there were about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord and their face towards the east, and they worship the sun towards the east. That's when Deuteronomy says, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even on the host of heaven, should it be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all the nations of the whole heaven. They say the sun, meaning enlightenment, meaning Baphomet, meaning Satan, or the devil, if you want to call him that. Which is why, going back to Isaiah 47, this is why it says that. Now you can understand with better eyes and better ears. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancients hast thou verily heavily laid thy yoke. And thou saidst, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou did not lay these things to thy heart, neither did remember the latter end of it, for meaning the potter and the clay. You know what I mean? Like, don't forget your place. I'm letting you have fun right now. Pretty much, it's what's it basically saying? Watch this. Verse 9. But these two things shall come unto thee in a moment, in a day, the loss of children, the widowhood. Now, I'm going to tell you that right now, family. There's a lot of shit going on right now. Hurricanes and people missing and dying. When they shall come upon thee in the perfection of thy multitude of thy sorceries. Some people say that they're created. I don't know. Is it true? And for the great abundance of thine enchantments. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from whence it riseth. And mischief shall fall upon thee. Then shalt thou not be able to put it off, and desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which then thou shalt not know. We see now this Babylon, where these things are occurring. Inflation, people, wars. And here, in Russia, locally, possible deportation, mass deportation, they call it. Israel fighting with 7 people. America having to maybe support them. It's crazy, man. Check this out. So now that we get an idea of Cain, now that we get an idea of all of these people, okay? Now that we can at least see what the New Testament was talking about. Why was he talking in parables? Why was he doing these things? Check this out. Matthew 11, 21, 23. Woe unto thee, Chorazin, woe unto thee, Bashada, for if thy mighty works, which were done in you, had been done in Tyre and Zidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Zidon at the day of judgment than for you. You hear what it says? That's why he's talking about this, man. Don't exalt yourself. You guys do that a lot. A lot of people do. A lot of you guys do, man. You boast about it. Oh, don't mess with me. I'm riding with God. Bro, you're crazy. He'll spit you right out. Luke 3:9. And now also the axe is laid onto the root of the trees. Oof. Going back to trees now. Every tree, therefore, which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewed down and cast into the fire. See. Now let's check on this real quick. Let's go to John 3. So you can see what it means. John 3:6. That which is born of the flesh is flesh. That which is born of the spirit is spirit. Remember, there's 2 types. Then it says, marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again, to bring remembrance of things. You're going to find out if you're wicked or not, pretty much. That's why people come into this thing and it makes them more wicked, because they find out, shit, I really don't want to do good. I really think about that for a moment, you know, and when you consider all of these, like, for example, the books I've showed you. I showed you guys the Thoth, Hermes in Egypt, the Gods of Canaan, Codex Magica, like, you know, Helena Blavatsky. Look her up. Trust me, look her up. I mean, even the book, The Secret Teachings, The Secret Doctrines, right? The Secret Doctrine, which she wrote. Here, I'll show you. Watch. It's a big book. But I'm going to look up a few words. You can see. Watch this real quick. See? Watch this. The sun comes out so many times. Look at this. Also called the sons of wisdom, and of the fire mist, and the brothers of the sun. You see this? The gods reign over men, followed by dynasties of heroes or giants. It's difficult to understand how all these people under the sun, that's just part of a sentence. The central sun, absolute life. Surya, the sun, it is visible reflection, exhibits the first and the lowest state of the seventh and the highest level universal presence. You see this? You see this right here? It's pretty crazy, isn't it? The real substance of concealed sun, mother substance, sun. See, like, you guys can look this stuff up. I'm not going to take too much time because I've been here a while. I'm actually, I can tell that my mind's getting tired. I can tell I'm getting tired. I'm actually getting a little dizzy. That's why I'm slowing down a bit. So forgive me. Hold on, let me drink some water. Maybe that'll help me. Again, Alina Blavatsky, look her up. This is part of that, Satanism. Now, they believe, by the way, I'm going to show you this. Is it Baphomet or Baphomet? Baphomet? Which one is it? There it goes. Baphomet. Watch this. But see in the next text the true meaning of Baphomet. The God-headed Satan, the goat-headed Satan, one with Azazel, the scapegoat of Israel. Nature is the god Pan. Pretty crazy, huh? Watch this. For all we know, fire may have been pure akasa, the first matter of magnum opus of the creator and builder. That astral light, enlightenment, which the Paradoxical Eliphas Levi calls in one breath the body of the Holy Ghost. And in the next, Baphomet. The androgynous goat of Mendes. Now you see. Now you see. When you consider the book, The Two Babylons, right? Let me see if I got it. The Two Babylons. Let's see, this one? Is this one? Is this one? Okay, Two Babylons. Two. Here it goes. The Two Babylons. Oh, no, it's not that one. The Two Babylons is this one. And here we see, right on the page, Nimrod. Nimrod Negro. Now, I'm going to show you something. This is really interesting because I didn't know this. Look at this. Check this out. This is page 34 of the book we're talking about. We'll show and check out Nimrod. Now we're going to look at some books real quick. We're going to get away a little bit from the Bible for a second. This, in all likelihood, is intended to commemorate some event in the life of him who first began to be mighty, a giant, meaning a tyrant, in the chase and in war, and who, according to all ancient traditions, was remarkable also for bodily power. You see, they had might. Yeah, you're right. Y'all are the tallest, biggest, strongest. You cool? Yeah, because you know what I mean. Like that's your gift, but you got no spirit. According to all the ancient traditions, was remarkable also for the bodily power as being the leader of the giants that rebelled, the leader of tyrants, of bullies. Guess who's like that too? Now Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was black.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Let me say that again.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was black. In other words, was a Negro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Own it, own it, own it. Y'all want to be everybody? Own that shit. It was in a different character from that of adversary that Nimrod was originally worshipped, but among a people of a fair complexion as the Anglo-Saxon. It was inevitable. Check this out. Let's continue. I have already noticed the fact that Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was a Negro. Page 23. What year was this book written? Don't they use this book all the time? Alexander Hislop. Don't these guys, West Africans, use this book? These Canaanites that want to claim to be Hebrews? Y'all use this book. How come you don't bring this up? What's going on? I have already noticed the fact that Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was a Negro. Now, you use this book in some ways, but don't say this, right? You say he was an African. But then you use the Talmud to claim Esau is a white man. Khazars were the ones that brought that doctrine. So should we believe Khazars now? Or should we reassess what you're actually talking about? Negro, Canaan, Fopi, BHI. I have already noticed the fact that Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was a Negro. Check this out. But we have an unequivocal evidence that Osiris, the son and husband of a great goddess and queen of Egypt, you see this? Kings, nations. How does it go from Nimrod to Egypt? And how does it go from Nimrod to Egypt to Greece, to Zeus, to Aphrodite, right? Was also represented as the veritable Negro. In Wilkinson's may be found a representation of him with the unmistakable feature of a genuine Cushite or Negro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I just, it blows my mind that you guys embrace all kinds of shit. You say you went to the moon, and what else? What did you do? Oh, it's working. Thank you. So you went to the moon, and you say you're Chinese, you say you're Hispanics, you say you're Mexicans, you say you're everybody, but here you don't want to admit that you're a Cushite, that you're a Nimrod, that you're from the seed of Cain, the spirit that dwells within you. Let's continue. Look more. But the dress in which this Negro god is arrayed tells a different tale. This Negro featured Osiris is clothed from head to foot in spotted dress. So now, here's what I really have a problem with. You say Deuteronomy 28 belongs to you. But in Deuteronomy 28:36 says that the Lord shall bring thee and thy king over that the Lord shall bring thee and thy king which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. Verse 64 says, just to the point, and there thou shalt serve other gods which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. You guys already knew about Christianity, Nimrod, the Trinity, all this shit. It's funny. Now the name of Nimrod signifies the subduer of the leopard. It's funny why he called him, aren't you like unto a spotted leopard? As the great god, Buddha is generally represented in China as a Negro. That may serve to identify the beloved Mandarin whose loss is thus annually bewailed. Whenever the Negro aspect of Nimrod was found an obstacle to his worship, this was very easily obviated. According to the Chaldean doctrine of the transmigration of the souls, all that was needful was just to teach that Ninos had reappeared in the person of Pothamosis, the Pothamosis son of a fair complexion, supernatural born by his widow's wife. See this here? So even historically speaking, Nimrod was a Negro. It says here, as the licentious and desolate life of the Semiramis gave her many children, for whom no ostensible father on earth would be alleged, a plea like this would at once sanctify sin, and enable her to meet the feelings of those who were disaffected to the true worship of Jehovah, and that yet might have no fancy to bow down before the Negro nativity. From the light reflected on the Babylon by Egypt, as well as from the extant images of the Babylonian child in the arms of a goddess mother, Christianity. We have every reason to believe that this was actually done. And again, it is wonderful to find in that widely served countries and amongst the millions of human race in today that whoever saw a Negro god, is worship. So are we not seeing BHI, FOPI wanting you to worship a Negro God once more?
That's right. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
We see it all over again. Y'all want to worship a Negro God. Not only does the Negroes in Africa in the worship of the fetish or fetish on certain occasions, or fetish, I guess, make use of sacred branch. But even in India, there were a trace of same practices. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. This is the case among the Negroes of Africa, whose God called the, oh, it's the same thing. Nimrod, page 229. Over all the world is represented with the features and complexion of a Negro. Yeah, I use this book all the time. How come you never show this? The Trinity came from Nimrod. Christianity came from Nimrod. The son of Ham, the brother of Canaan. Nimrod, a rebellious nation. Canaan, a rebellious nation. Man, it's just in your seed. Even to this day, y'all are seditious, trying to say that you are natives of this land and trying to recreate this land as like Egypt once more, calling it Atlas or Atlantis, whatever. You got Colomiados over there. This is stupid ass. So in spite of the black and Cushite features of Nimrod, he had for his queen Semiramis the most beautiful of the women. Don't they say what they say about that? Y'all know what the fuck it is. You know what I mean? I don't even got to go there. Nimrod was the head of the fire worshippers. You see this now. Negroes. Ninos, or Nimrod, in his wars with the king of Bactria, seem to have carried on the conflict in similar ways. It is represented woolly hair. Hey, check it out. In India, the infant Krishna, emphatically the black god, in the arms of the goddess Devika, is represented with the woolly hair and marked features of a Negro or African race. You see, if you guys want to claim this, then that means that people did not originate from Africa. I'll come at you with your doctrine and I'll destroy it in front of your face. I'm giving you the chance. I'm showing you. I'm actually like giving you the chance. Like, hey, look what I got. Go ahead and try to use it. Go ahead and try to use it because I'm setting you up. That's really it. I'm setting you up. You play checkers. You play checkers. Here it goes. Right. Check it out. Check it. We're going to do the same thing with the Druids. Druidism. Check this out. Get to the point. Get to the nitty-gritty. Page 30. Look what it says. The tree of knowledge of good and evil has been taught by many scholars to be the symbol of science, of wisdom. The Egyptians adopted the cadmus and mulberry tree as a symbol of the wisdom and science and numerals. That's why they say 22 letters and the 32 degrees and all that shit. And in the vine of the symbol of the literacy character, that's why the Freemasonry, whether black or white, it's like so good for you because you are a wicked ass seed. Paulnell, in his treatise on the study of antiquity, says that the tree of knowledge of good and evil mentioned in Genesis was a mythic tree, a tree representing in the luxuriance of its branches, the wildness of man's opinion by its tempting and poisoning fruit, the mischievous effect of being seduced by the vanity of false learning. The great tree in the Garden of Eden, whose leaves were letters and whose branches were words. What do we see in the Sephiroth? They believe in numbers. Egyptian history informs us that the author of the letter numeration, astronomy, geometry, music, and science in general was named Thoth. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. Who the hell is Thoth? We're going to find out who taught it. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. There's a tradition among the Jews that the tree of knowledge was named Dar. This was supposed to be an oak When Zdar in Irish means an oak, it implies also wisdom. You know that shit, don't tread on me? It's a snake wrapped around a trunk, meaning an oak. They don't even realize that they're doing Kabbalah shit. They're stupid. Man, you white folks are dumb. Especially you guys that are like Republicans, all far right shit. Y'all are stupid. I'm telling you, yeah, I'm telling you in your face too. Let me show you this real quick. We know now, though, Wilford talks about Judaism, Irish Druids and all that. I have a book on that. And it's regarding ancient Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and Egyptians. The book of Timbuktu, which, by the way, I'm reading. I'm in page 80-something. I'm freaking over it, to be honest, but I got to finish it because I'm just baffled at the bullshit. Okay, so here's what they say real quick. So they say that Ham was black, Shem was black, and Japheth was black once, but then they got white. Somehow. They don't explain it. And then that the reason why some Hamites and Shemites are mixed or light skinned is because they mix with Japheth. But I'm like, wasn't Japheth originally black, like what you said? So wouldn't they go black back again? Right? Like,
that's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Or maybe this one. Check this out. Let's look at the word Negro here too. Do we find it? Maybe not. Okay, good. Oh, wait, hold on. We almost did, huh? Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, that's not it. Nimrod. Are you going to find it or not? It's Nimrod. Okay, hold on. Cush. Come on, bro. You can't find it? For real, though? You're going to act like that? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Just kidding, family. Here, let me do it on my phone. I don't like that. I don't like it one bit, yo. Yeah, I'm telling you, family, this book, Timbuktu, it's a joke. And that's a doctor, man. You spend all that money for all that dumbass education? Psh, what a fool you. Now I know why I wasn't meant to learn the wisdom of these heathens. Wasn't meant for me. Just wasn't meant for me. Okay, I got a lot of highlighted shit. So hold on a second. Let me go. Okay, go to page 17. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let's go to the content, and then I'm gonna pass it, and then we're almost finishing up, I think. The Druids, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff. Here's the content. Look at the content. So it says here the creed of Druidism. It says Druidic alphabet, ancient seeds, learning, the ancient tree, the tree of knowledge. You see, not the tree of life, the tree of knowledge. You get it? Reference to Caesar's account of Druidism. The affinity claim between Druidism and Freemasonry. With doctrines in the modern France, where a lot of it came up, 1776 has a lot to do with these Freemasons. Judaism and the circle, human sacrifice. The Tantra, you know, that whole bullshit that the Christians do? Yeah. Jewish and magic. Phoenician art. And then May Day festival. So Cinco de Mayo, you guys like to do that shit? Or May Day celebration? It's all about that. Ancient sacrifice. Baal fires. Mistletoes. Judaism. Grove worship and Christianity all have something to do with who? These people right here. What do you want me to tell you? Remember, you lied to you a little bit? Some writers have maintained that it was there was a development of the offshoot of the Egyptian religion, and along with Freemasonry, originated in the sublime teachings of Thoth, which by some are believed to have been brought out in Egypt by Moses. Right. Faber is, in his pagan idolatry, expressed the opinion that the Druidical barbs were probably the founders of Freemasonry. Now, I'm going to find something real quick. Very interesting. Check this out. Let me see if I can get it real quickly. Real quick. Some highlighted sections. Let me see. Page 16. We know that the Druids were practicing human sacrifice. Okay. Let me show you this too. the creator of the Druids. Let me see this page. Nope. I'll make it quick. Nope. Oh, here it goes. Page 25. Let me see something. Isus, right? Interesting, you know? Watch this page real quick. Allah's the covenant is Na. The wood is of Na is my witness. My covenant is the covenant of the ship be smeared. Many of the localities where Druidical worship is said to have prevailed can still be identified through the names which those places bear. Such examples, these particular names. Field of the sun, remember that? Praying to the east, towards the sun, which means sunfire, worshiping the sun. The words Baal or Baal were supreme, were as common in the east for the name of the deity as was Jupiter in the west. You see this? Baal, they were worshiping Baal to the east, to the sun. The name Baal is an interesting one from its philological point. Supposedly the Hebrew Phoenician, That's why making it a total of 33 degrees or 33 letters, the mystical number. We know that this is what they believe in, right? We know that. Shouldn't be confusing. Check this out. Page what? 28. Baal or Bel, in Hebrew, the name of God is El. So when you see Isra, that's Egyptian, and El is for Baal. So Israel is technically what they're, in a sense, saying. Not like Ishiyahu. So these are things that you have to understand. But again, you know, what do I know, right? What do I know? What do I know? So anyway, let me touch it real quick, and then that's it. Let's go here real quick. I'm going to show you guys something. I think it's on the next page coming up. Yeah, this was the one I showed you. Okay, so watch this real quick. $53, $55. Is it this one? Give me a second. Druids, cube. Yep, there goes a cube. Worshipping a cube over there in Islam town. We know that Druidism is related to Freemasonry. You guys that like to say Jesus, there you go, your name right there. Jesus with an H. The Mexican way, I guess. Jesus! No te creas, way. With the J. Now we see now all these things. But who are these people related to? So now let's check this out. Belanus, and this is, we're moving on from the book, known in the Old Testament as Baal. In the Old Testament times, that's Baal. It is identical with the Apollo, the god of the sun. Now we see it again. Remember Ezekiel 8 and 16, right? They were looking to the east. This is why you have to understand that it's you know, nothing new under the sun, nothing new under the sun, nothing new under the sun. Behold, he brought me into the inner courts of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their face towards the east, and they worship the sun towards the east. Like so. Jew-ish. Look what he says. Jew-ish.
Confidence, trust, and responsibility, among other things.
He is the sheriff of the town.
You know what that is? No, sir.
There we go, right there. The altar of the Lord, right? 2 pillars. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, and with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, their faces towards the east, and they worship the sun towards the east. So they're in here, the altar, right? And the porch, and the pillars, facing towards the east, towards the sun, and everything possible against the Creator. Okay, now check this out. It says here, Tyrannus is a word derived from Taran, thunder. It is identical with the Jupiter in Greece and Rome. You see this? Assyrian, Babylonia, Egypt, Persia Mede, Greeks, Romans, and the Thor of the northern nation. Belinus, Bel, known in the Old Testament as Baal, identical with Apollo, the god of the sun, the east. A wood in the neighborhood of the Laswain, still known as what I can't read that. Sylvia Bellini and the trace of the name are to be found in many parts of England. Belus is also a Babylonian title of Ham. So who are you worshiping when you're worshiping Baal? The Father wants to be worshipped, and the sons want to be worshipped. Whose descendants include the Cushites and the Cadmeans. Both are zealous adorers of the sun and addicted to the riots of fire. Think I'm lying? You guys like P. Diddy, addicted to, that shit. Watch this real quick. Let me go back. Let me read this. They, meaning the sons of Ham, were men of superior stature, adept in every branch of science. You know how they boast about it? And peculiar fame for their skill in astronomy. Now, in case you guys don't remember, we did hear them say this. Right? I think we did hear him say this. Let's see. This one.
Many of those who early on helped to formulate what is modern-day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also African.
When you look at Christianity, you're dealing with the Amen priesthood that's coming directly out of ancient Kemet. You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris, the passions of Osiris, the idea of the resurrection of the dead and his son coming forward, Heru, as his living testament to his life. Aset, who the Greeks call Isis, is the essence of who Mary is. Nebutet, who is her sister, is who Mary Magdalene is. So that when you look at Christianity, I mean, even when you look at the word Chris or Charast, you're dealing with Ka rest. Ka means spirit and rest means to rise. The Romans learned the passion of Osiris through the Greek. And the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the Africans from Egypt. So that it was just a retelling of the same story, superimposing things that they thought they knew. And there is only one race on the planet, and that is the human race. And because of biological climatology, this race was born, nurtured, sustained, civilized, educated in Africa. And Dr. Clark teaches us that after they got their show together, then they took it on the road.
The origin of the name Europe comes from a Phoenician goddess named Europa. So the origin of the name Europe has an African origin because the Phoenicians, we're still dealing with black African people.
See, the Phoenicians, you're still dealing with black African people, right? Okay. Own it. Own it.
Canaanites and all that. When we talk about Phoenicians, we're still talking about black folks. The first Europeans were a group of Africans called the Grimaldi who had migrated from Africa to Europe between 40 and 60,000 years ago. And in the process of evolution, many of them lost the Africoid.
You see this right here? Like Timbuktu shit. Shem and Ham were black. Japhet was black at one point, but then he got white. I don't know why. And then he mixed with us, and that's why we got light skin. Wouldn't he be black again, you dumbasses? Early on. Once again, Belanus, the Babylonians, the title of Ham. You guys are worshiping Ham. You Christians who hate black people are literally worshiping a black god. Oh, how I love to be right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, fam. I got a little happy on that one, huh?
Looking for something. We're almost moving forward. We're almost moving on, man. We're almost moving on. I told you it was going to be a long night. And by the way, if you guys are, and this channel, if you guys are new to this channel, I've had it for a little bit. And I'm using it because, as you know, what happened. But if you're new to this channel and you've never seen me like live on this channel, you're going to find out that you're dealing with a man that got a lot of energy. And I can go on for quite some time. And I think that's why some of these folios are too scared to hit the link when that time is available. Yeah, I just can't handle this shit. So, what can I do? That's not my fault. And then let's check out this last little book here. Let me show you guys something real quick. Just real quick. Where are you? Mackie. We talked about the tree, right? Check this out. Let there be light. I showed you guys this before. For the sake of time, I'm just kind of trying to get to the point. See, there's a lot of these things going on around us right now. Lots of these things. Right? A lot of these imageries. A lot of these BHIs do this shit. And I'm going to show you something right now. Fopi, your girl, the so-called Neftali, she's a witch. That's a freaking witch, man. I'm going to show y'all right now. Y'all are witches, bro. Y'all nasty ass. That's just some sad shit. You got to really go to like that side. You got to get Freemason on me and shit. Is that where you guys are learning some of this stuff? And you're not even good at it, by the way. Are you trying to be an initiate, Fopies? And you're using the chunky girl that don't know shit? They made a song the other day. I don't know how long ago. And like she actually names herself like Abrasha, dude. Like she don't even know what the hell she's talking about. That's a damn demon. That's a sad case, bro. Kabbalah Sephiroth right here. This is the tree of knowledge right here. The Sephiroth. Here, I'll show you. Tree of the tree of life. The tree of life. The tree of life. That sword is given to top ref Freemasons. The Kabbalah, this division of the 10 Sephiroths into the 3 triads was arranged into the form called by the Kabbalists the Kabbalistic tree or the tree of life, as shown in the diagrams in opposite pages. You see this? Thus, the tree of knowledge became the book of wisdom. Let me go back. Liberty, that's where it comes from. America, the land of liberty, right? Of which the eagle in the Rosicrucian degree is symbolical. Liberty of thought, speech, and action within the bounds of civil, political, and consciousness law without license. A book, and hence the word library and collection of books. It was also one of the names of the god Bacchus, Baal, Ham. The freedom with knowledge confers. Liberty, the bark, the inner rind of a tree. You see this? Liberty. So don't thread on me because the snake is around or surrounded by liberty or wrapped around liberty, meaning this. The freedom which knowledge confers. The bark, the inner rind of a tree on which books were originally written. Hence, leaves of a book and leaf of a tree, or similarly in the Latin folio of a book or foliage of a tree. Thus, the tree of knowledge, not the tree of life, became the book of wisdom. And the tree of life became the book of life. You see this? 2 books. 2 kinds of people. Let's look at these kinds of people.
Thousands
I've talked to hundreds that I deal with still myself. I have 3 victims right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well. They're a nasty little couple. They do nasty things.
What do you think happened with Kim
Keeping people against their will. Putting people on planes while they're unconscious, just like Aaliyah got on that plane.
Now that was Jaguar Wright on the Piers Morgan show. Now here's Jaguar Wright with Jay-Z singing Song Cry on stage. Just in case you thought she didn't actually know them. And she's coming out about Jay-Z and Beyonce. Now we came out about Beyonce, talking about how she's a Orisha, talking about how she's a part of the Yoruba tribe, talking about her witchly ways, talking about how she said she wipes her time of the month with holy pages from the book. There was even a witch on the Tasha K show who blatantly said Beyonce is a witch. Many of her videos are symbolic. I mean, at this point, if you don't see it, you want to be blind. Her ex-drummer of 5 years, Kimberly Thompson, even filed a restraining order over extreme witchcraft. And it was dismissed because Kimberly didn't show up in court. Now, isn't that convincing? Isn't that convenient? I keep telling you.
Why can these people be in the Pentagon and make war plans when they have a passport to Israel?
How can they be in the House? How can they be in the Senate? How can they be in the cabinet? How can you be loyal to 2 nations?
Treasury Department. Do you understand what you're saying? They're dual citizens and they have high-profile positions in our government.
Yes.
What? That just sounds crazy to me. And a lot of people don't understand that this is finally starting to come out into the public, and people are starting to really see how involved a foreign country is involved in our politics.
So what if a lot of House members had passports to Russia? Would that not be a legitimate question, especially if they're serving on the House Armed Service and the Intelligence Committee? Wouldn't that be a legitimate question?
Big red flag.
How can you
right?
be on the Intelligence Committee and also have a passport to a foreign country?
Where's your allegiance to?
Well, AIPAC says if you ask that,
you're anti-Semitic.
You're anti-Semitic if you are asking it in relations to Jewish members of the House and Senate.
Who are dual citizens with Israel.
Why can these people be in the Pentagon and make...
Makes you think, right? So now, let's prove all things. Check this out. A very interesting little situation I got going on here, Mr. Fopies. Look at this, look at this.
War plans when they have...
This is your queen? This demon witch right here? I don't know who this guy is, but you a demon too. Abrasha Rebis, Abrasha Simha Plaroma. Listen to the words. So now, Fopi, I told you that BHIs were going to become wobbles. So now Fopi believes that the natives were originally black. Here, I'll show you.
About, man.
Look at the name, Abrashaz, okay? Look at the designing. He has on one hand, that pin with a pen. You put the pin to the paper and you spin it around and makes a circle. And he has a L-shaped measuring. What do you call it? Okay, oh, man, I guess I'm getting tired. I have the picture. Check this out. Before I continue with that, because I don't just say shit, I prove it. There's a witch right here. In case you guys don't know, I don't know. I mean, you should know. Okay, that's Fopi's girl. Look at this shit right here. What is that? In one hand, he's got this instrument, and in the other hand, he's got that instrument. And that's looking like Freemasonry when you put it together. 2 heads, the 6-pointed star. What is that right there? A moon and the sun? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. 6, 7. Abrasha. Do you know what this is, dumbasses? You're in it. By the way, you're standing on a dragon, and then you got a sphere And you got the world. Now, this fear right here, family, I find it odd because I also found it here. Look at that. And that's from the movie of the Pirates of the Caribbean. A Freemason. What is he doing with this? Are you guys saying you're Freemasons? I mean, because if you are, and I always kind of knew, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't stupid. You can't fool me. But I mean, you're really blowing it like out of proportion on this shit right here. You're either a witch and you don't know it, or you guys don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about. Abrashaw, for real? The winged people? I'm gonna show you some shit right now. Let's listen to this.
Or the seals, then 3 more revealed. That makes 7. The heavens broke open with omens, peasants begging the savages, chariots, horses and wheels. Over corpses left in the hills. Is in Lil Shaitan. The fruit that spoke in Hebrew, or was he Jesus too? Trees in the garden was 2. Was the oldest teacher Sophia, Ishtar, Easter.
You see, was the oldest teacher Sophia, Ishtar, Easter? Was it? Let's continue. Watch.
Reminisce the feminine, stars over Giza, the power of the ether. Tiamat, the rulers with the G on top. The woman has a G-spot, the skeleton gear locks. Who spoke to Moses as the burning?
The woman has a G-spot, right? So you're pushing the Bible, right? I'm just saying, because you guys believe you're like a school and a church and shit. Okay, here we go. I'm just saying. Let's continue. Hold on. I want to show y'all something. Something he says. Here, let me not play because I don't want to hear shit. Pharaoh, so that confirm his looks, the beginning of these pharaohs, a lot concerning Cush. Who's this person in the book? Brothers was a amp jam and put MRA became the land of black. Watch this, Rocket. Check this out. Here it goes.
Or Bitterman became Kemet throughout millenniums. Gideon, Bitterbositinians, tribes and Indians from the Americans.
You see? Tribe of Indians from the Americans. If you listen to it, it all says the same shit. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Look, listen, you're a demon, and I don't give a flying F what you are. Because I already knew you guys were demons from the get-go. Canaan will always be Canaan. I already knew that. So now, Abrashaw? Let's learn about Abrashaw. Who the hell is this? Who is this guy? And who's this Pleroma? Pista Sophia, Gnostic. I told you. Oh, Phoebe. Are you guys Gnostics?
I'll be right back. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
What's going on here, man? Are you guys elevating to the 33rd degree? Is that what it is? Ein Sof? Y'all believe in Ein Sof now? The Sephiroth, Kabbalah, Talmudic? Is that what you guys are? Fucking Freemasons and shit? Because at this point, I mean, I don't know what else to think other than that. Like literally, this is what you're talking about. Sophia. He says Sophia. He says Abrashaw. He says Pleroma. And it says Abrashaw is a mystical word, probably Gnostic or Kabbalistic in origin, which conveys grammatically the number 365 and is connected with the solar cycle. The word is also associated with the highest Gnostic deity, eventually became the name of the demon occultist. Pleroma. Right? Pleroma. What's going on with this? Check this out. This is from a book called The Queen of Heaven and Earth. Women and Goddess Worship. Isn't she worshiping herself right here? Isn't this Goddess Worship right there? She puts up gloves and shit and all that. So, and yeah, they do it. Man, whatever. Yeah, you know, Canaan will be Canaan. They love to worship this shit. Look at this right here. Supporting fusion of Canaanites. The archaeological evidence supporting the fusion of Canaanite goddesses. Remember he says Ishtar, Pleroma, all of this stuff right here. Astar. You literally have that name on your fucking title. So you're a goddess, is what you're saying. Right? See the altar of the Lord? And they were worshiping towards the east, facing the sun. Now, I think I found it, and I don't know why I don't have it, but I think I found this particular link here. Let me see if I can get it, because I know that I have a link about that Abershaw dude. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Check it out, fam.
Is Baphomet the Gnostic Sophia? According to Tracy Twyman and Alex Rivera, the name Baphomet is associated with hidden or divine wisdom, specifically the baptism of wisdom. It can also be linked to the concept of Sophia, the divine wisdom principle of the Gnostics. Baphomet represents forbidden divine wisdom, similar to the wisdom from the Tree of Knowledge in the Garden of Eden, passed down secretly by groups like the Rosicrucians and Freemasons. Under torture, some knights confessed to the adoration of an icon of a severed head, reminiscent of the head of John the Baptist, known as Baphomet, an encoded name for Sophia, goddess of wisdom. Jordan Stratford, Living Gnosticism. Amazing how modern occultists and religions can be so wrong.
Now, I think Abershaw, let me see. Abershaw, god of excrement, I think. Good of evil, that reflect Gnostic idea that the mature world is sought in duality. Ah, duality, huh? So is this what you're promoting, Phoebe? Is this what you're about? You better tell your people. I mean, you're collecting money. Oh, that's right. The system of Nimrod. I figured. I mean, you're basically becoming who you are. I always said you were Canaan, and you guys project a lot. You want to say that someone else is Canaan. Now, there is one particular thing I want to show you. 2 Kings. Look at the nasty shit that they do. 2 Kings 18:27. It says here, but Rabshakeh said unto them, has my master sent me to thy master and to thee to speak these words? Hath he not sent me to the men which sit on the wall, that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss? Don't people do that now? Don't they pee on themselves, and don't they shit on themselves? Don't people do that? This is the worship of Baal Peor. The Babylonian gods, Baal Peor. That's why now you can understand Isaiah 47. Anyways, we're almost done, man. I'm gonna show you guys some stuff. Let's continue showing some videos, and then we're pretty much done. I just wanted to laugh at this person. Like, what are you doing? What is wrong with y'all, man? Seriously. Pleroma? Sophia? Really? The daughter, you're basically showing that, yeah, you guys are definitely ham. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And I don't know why you like to argue otherwise. But check this. Anyways, like I said before, man, this is a cursed seed, family. So cursed that their minds are going nuts. Look, I'll show you. So Wobbles want this heritage so bad, right? Check this out. I'm kind of out of words on this one. I've never heard this before. Check this out.
So, I hope this is just a troll account being sarcastic as hell, but this is TikTok and the internet, and I have seen some of the most craziest pseudo shit being spread on this app. So, I won't discount it as you not being sarcastic and just extremely misinformed.
All right, so basically it says none of it is accurate. Mexico was a world superpower. They don't teach about the true history of Mexico and Latin America. They colonized Spain. Spain got the language from Latins. Oh, pendejos, güey. Y'all are seriously cursed, bro. There's really nothing you can do for yourselves. Like, for example, right here, look, check it. Look. See, like, we're going to listen to a little bit of dumb stupidity right here. It's wobbleism right here. And then I'm going to show you some pictures of what this wobble is trying to claim. Right. Now we're going to put the icing on the cake. Let's go. We're almost done.
Mexican people always believe that the origin of the people in this country, it is Asia, right? We say the last ice age.
Aliens depicted themselves, and it does not resemble today's Hispanic population or Mexican.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say something. Black people, here. Dear black people, do you guys have flat heads, like the back of it? Like, do you guys' head is flat here? Is that what you're saying? You telling me you don't got that fucking cone head and shit? You don't come back? You're telling me you guys have a flat head? And you're telling me you got big ass, like broken, like a nose with a bridge? And those aren't like big ass lips, by the way. And where are your muscles? And where's your so-called long neck? Let's continue.
Population, banana pack girls. You see these people with locks.
So again, once again, y'all say you're the tallest, fastest, strongest, you're so muscular and all this shit. Like, where the hell is your muscles here? Where is it? And you guys have flat heads. I don't see no black folks that are shaped with a flat head like that. I never have seen them. And by the way, well, you think these are dreads? You know that dreads come from India, not Africa, stupid ass. But let's continue.
Head wraps, Negroid feet.
Hold on a second. Negroid feature? Where the fuck do you get this Negroid feature from? They have thin lips and flat heads. Last time I checked, Africans go like whoop, like a comb. But anyways, let's continue. Oh, and you guys have broken like noses like that with a bridge and all that shit? And what about the eyes? So are you Asian? Let's continue.
Negroid feature. These people don't look Asian to me. They don't look mongoloid in phenotype. Now you will see a lot of Mayan replicas. These were not painted by Mayans. These are not authentic Mayan murals. They'll make these replicas to fit the Hispanic population. But when we look at the murals, they look completely opposite.
Okay, where are your muscles, black man? Where are these muscularities that you fucking promote all the time? Where is this flat head that you say you have? I never seen black people with black fat heads like never have them. Well, let's continue.
Now look at this mural and look at this replica. And I ask you, what's real? Because I need y'all to think, and I really need y'all to use y'all brains right now. Because we finna use common sense. Because you can use common sense. They'll show you these replicas and say, oh, this is. When we look in America, all over America, in every city, you see.
Nowhere in historical books were they saying that there was West Africans with dreads. Nowhere. That came from India. From India, by the way. And they say that the natives that they saw here had hair like that. And they weren't Africans, you stupid ass. But let's go.
See, everywhere in America, every city, you see them brothers with dreads. Locks. Where else in the world is they wearing locks at? Before I speak on this image, I want to give all.
Hey, stupid ass. Bob Marley has locks too. So what the fuck does that mean? Okay, so now look at this. Now I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? Let's go.
I want to thank Dr. Ali Muhammad because without him, I wouldn't even known about this. Dr. Ali Muhammad said.
Family, all right, so this right, again, I love to laugh at Canaanites. Y'all are the silliest and most simplest people I've ever met. Simply read. Simply study. Simply do your fucking homework. Okay, so it says you're the post-classic paintings. This is the same paintings he's talking about. Okay? The beginning of an early post-classic period. This is the pictures that he's talking about, fam. Right here. Okay? So see this right here? Hold on. Let me close this out. Let me close this out. Let me close this out. Look. Right? Those pictures, right? Okay. See? Right there. Correct? Right? He's showing that. This deceiving son of Ham does the same shit. And to the video, you know, he goes there. He puts his own little typing, wording and shit. Shows like, by the way, these are not in the book, by the way, okay? But I want to show you something. So let's go back to this Africanoid from West Africa who just hates who he is and loves who you guys are. They'll say, so he shows this shit. Okay, but he don't show this guy. See that light skin? Okay, also, he doesn't show these guys. In the same map, by the way, mind you, okay? He doesn't show those guys. Look. He doesn't show these guys. You see this guy? Dark guy, dark guy. Now check this out. The leader is light-skinned too. And look at this dark guy. Look at this light-skinned guy. You see? So who's who, you stupid ass? Oh, I see. See, there's like dark guy and this little one. Okay, so what is it, bro? Why, God, what? Come on, man. How come you didn't show that side of the map? Was it convenient for you? Or I mean, or it's like, or you just can't accept the fact that you are a West African, Canaanite for that matter. What about these pictures over here? What about these pictures? Look, that guy look like he has like blonde hair. Look at this dark skin, light skin. Dark chin, light skin. You see him? You see him? He's not in shackles, I guess, or something. He is. Look at this dark guy right here. You telling me he's an African American? Look at all, look. Okay, do you see this guy rowing for these so-called dark people? That guy yellow. Who's who? Look. He's planting. He's rowing. These guys seem to be at war. They got shields, bucklers, all that. Look. Are they arrested? No. It's the simplicity of a West African who wants to usurp himself into something that is not his. And somehow, some way, wants to color coordinate shit, and that doesn't even make sense. You see, all of us here that are here, you know what I mean? That's why I tell y'all, you want to debate somebody? Debate me. Now, listen, family. If you guys ever wonder where those colors come from, red, white, and green, it's right here. Red, white, and green. That was part of our culture. It always has been. So you guys that want to criticize shit like that, you don't even know history. You don't know enough history to be talking about it. The red, the green, and the white was always part of this area over here. Now, they also say that supposedly the Negro,
the importation of Negro slaves,
came out of Asia. No, shut your ass up. We're going to embarrass you today. And then I'm going to start actually getting into a little bit of Egyptian stuff because I do like that history and I do know, I just don't get into it. But I think it's time to kind of reach a little bit and pull some of that shit back. And I'll show you something. Let's listen to this real quick, okay? Interesting stuff. We're for 4 minutes, and that's all.
to China under the Tang Dynasty, AD 618 to 901. Many people do not know the Chinese had Negro slaves or African slaves. They got them from.
Oh, what did he say? Hold on a second, dog. Hold on a second, dog. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
The importation of Negro slaves to China under the Tang Dynasty, AD 618 to 901. Many people do not know the Chinese had Negro slaves or African slaves. They got them from the Arabs. Because we're not taught about the Eastern African slave trade, we don't know this main fact. Also during the time 618 and 901, it was a time when Islam took over Arabia. The term used to designate Negro slave under the Tang Dynasty. Neither the name of Africa nor Negro slave is known in China during the period of the Tang Dynasty. But we often occur the term Kungalun or Kunlun slave in a collection of Tang authors that come apart following the Tang Shu collection of reprints, Tang Sha Kang and Tang Ping Kan Chi and Chang Kuching Shalahai attack. These works generally describe Kunlun as black-skinned folks. There are aforesaid authors even use the term Kunlun adjectively as a synonym for black or dark skin. Other words as an equivalent for Negro.
What then is the meaning of Kunlun, or who were the Kunlun Nu? The doctrine line of the above question, let's take a certain account of ancient Chinese works that has to say on this subject. Lin Kui Kao Chang, Topography of the Land of Ling, contained in Book 197 of the Chang Tao Shu, Old Dynastic History of the Tang, say people in the south of the Ling have woolly hair and black skin, and commonly known as Kunlun. In the Chala Kunlun Kao, the topography of the land of Chaling contains the same volume we found the following. Chaling is situated northwest of Linghui and is formerly the dependency of Funan. Its inhabitants belong to the race of the Kunlun. Part 2 of Book 22 of the Han Kang Shu, here's the historic dynasty of Tang, we read, Pamping is situated in the Gulf of Han.
So you get the picture. Okay, there's a lot of hang, ha, home, he. The point being is that you, who claim to be an Asian, in reality, you're just a fake ass wannabe. Okay? Yeah, I can do that sometimes. I just don't do it often. But then again, let's continue. Now, listen to this. I told you
models in his video
that when you're dealing with a nation of people, and y'all want to come out and claim that we're supposed to be these particulars, right? Now, I want to say something. Mind you, that video earlier, what he does right after that particular point, hold on, let me see if I still have it. What he does after that particular point, let me not forget. Look what he does. Look what he says, okay? This is what he says about you, so-called raza.
Columbus were all well acquainted with the fact that they're excited with individuals or a people with race traits different from their own. The problem is, who were they? Clearly saying that these people were well aware of different race traits. So you got these people from wherever they came from. These people that they are taking captive represent the present day population, or the people you call Mexican, Hispanic. These people are your Afro-Mexicans, or your quote-unquote African-Americans, your indigenous people of America. Now, when I first seen it,
right there. What he's saying is that we are Neanderthals. So now turn the tables over and say, well, you are monkeys and you used to eat bananas. Wouldn't that be offensive? You're calling us animals. Who is the most racist fucking people now eventually in the world? You can say black people. Y'all are more racist than white people. You can call us Neanderthals, but the moment we say, come get this banana, like Teofimo said to Crawford, y'all get offended. But this isn't racist? Nah. You coming after my family like that, I'm going to prove to you who you are. And I'm going to do it in the way that you like to do it. And you don't like it because I'm just becoming I don't want to become. What I'm doing is I'm using what you do. Doing it like you do. And see how you feel about it. Okay? We're going to listen to this for quite a little bit because you're going to find out the nation of people, this seed, there's two types, Cain and Abel, so to speak. One loves to sin, is in sin to this very day. And because of those particular unrighteous, seditious ways, you're going to see them manifest today. We're seeing it today. Let's go. We're almost done.
Models in his videos, invading girls' physical boundaries. And does that not sound wrong? We got more of these cookie cutter ass videos. I told her I miss it and this happened. Let's have another baby prank. Another content creator pushing those unoriginal ass videos. I mean, look how many BBLs you can count just looking at this thumbnail alone. And now we even got pranks of people putting honey packs in other people's foods. And for those of you that don't know what a honey pack is, it's basically used to enhance your sexual performance. And keep in mind, it is not FDA approved. There's gotta be some other type of content you can make besides this. And if this doesn't prove to you how hypersexual these black YouTubers are, I don't know what will. I hired a professional cuddler but found out she was a P-star. Nigga is a professional cuddler. Like, dude, stop playing in my face right now. Stop playing in my face.
Just like that. You see, just deep breaths.
It gotta be just a little bit awkward pretending like you don't see the cameraman right in front of you.
I know this like be hard for a lot of people to have you as their professional cuddler.
Actually, no. I hope people come to the realization that they actually like this.
Okay. And the corny ass sex puns are just the cherry on top. Honestly, there's so much of this type of content online that this video could be several hours long and we still wouldn't get through it. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do a speed run. But the last thing I'm gonna show you in this video might be worse than everything else I've showed you so far. So we got this public interviewer who basically goes around asking girls if he can grab it. And by it, he means their buns. And if they say no, dude then proceeds to beg them.
Wait, can it clap?
It can.
Can you shake it? Just oh. Wait, can I grab it?
No.
One time?
No.
Can you shake it again then? Oh, man, I just really. Can I poke it? Can I poke it?
Like, watch this interaction he has.
So look, can you like a 360 for the camera?
Absolutely not.
One time for the camera? For the culture.
Stop
a 360.
I said.
Was absolutely not good of an answer.
That's it. Do your next question.
I want you to do a 360.
I said no, so it's next, right?
Yeah.
I'm seriously just wondering, how do you come up with that type of content? And
The homie.
Rich homie Quan in the building. Y'all know what it is. So my question for you today is, could you stick your hands in your pants and let me smell your
That's all good.
Go ahead, stick them in your hands, let me smell them. I want to see how it smells. Because you know, niggas be stinking. Okay, it smell good, y'all. Smell check. It smell good.
It smell good, y'all? Nigga, no one asked you how that nigga meat smell. You wanted to know that. Like,
let's continue. We got more. Got a lot more. You need to start realizing what you're dealing with. If you think this is, I don't know, offensive or racist or some shit, then you're not following what these people are saying to you.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Let's talk about some uncivilized mutts. Ooh-wee, man. Family, this new generation, I hate to say it. Not all of it, but damn. Many of them are cooked. We got a dude who was walking around a campus. I don't know what school it was, but he's asking people what is the worst thing they've ever done. And these uncivilized mutts did not hesitate to volunteer some of the most despicable acts known to mankind. Before I go any further, let me warn you. If you're eating, or if you feel a certain way about disgusting things, go ahead and log off right now. Just put it on mute. The only reason why I'm telling you this, fam, is so y'all can understand what's out there. What might even be happening inside of your own home. Because these kids look like regular kids. But they're anything but. They are uncivilized mutts. This first uncivilized mutt said she was so mad at her mama that she spiked her Kool-Aid with her first of the month liquids. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who said she used a strap-on on her dude. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who said he had a broken hand, so he made his little brother jack him off. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who says that she was lying in bed next to her grandmother, playing with herself, and then she made her grandma smell her finger. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who says he stuck his finger in himself. And you know the rest, fam. And finally, you got this uncivilized mutt who says that he was babysitting a 6th grader and they ended up doing, you know, yeah. Not only are these acts despicable, especially coming from children, but some of them are criminal in nature. I have never seen in my life so many uncivilized mutts, so young. Begs the question, where are the parents? In fact, Where were the parents when they were being bred? I don't think they were raised. These uncivilized mutts were bred. And let's be clear, this is not an indictment against all youngsters. Some of these youngsters out here, y'all, keep up the good work. Salute.
I'm not saying it. They're saying it. Type of people does the Bible say? Because remember, BHI loves to tell you, you got to judge people based on nations. They do the same thing to you. They look at one particular person and they judge us all based on that. That's what they do. So I'm looking at spirits of people as a nation, and I'm reading history, and I'm connecting the dots, and I'm like, yo, you guys act a lot like them. You guys act a lot like these people here. How come you guys act like that? Why is it that it just continues to dominate this particular type of nation of people? And that's just not exclusive to them. But why are we lying to ourselves? They say that the righteous seed is not going to be fallen into the mockery or the stupidity of those things. And what are we seeing? Now, this is why you need to understand, or at least consider how valuable your heritage is. And why you think people are envious about it. Like, for example, what benefit do these so-called West Africans, mostly, that claim to be Hebrews and that claim to be natives, like the ones that the BHIs, what benefit do they have in including y'all in their shit? Like, for real, what benefit? Why, you're gonna build them houses? You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be the ones like cooking their food and shit, or are you gonna be the ones providing their women? Remember the Eve, that spirit approach him or her? Envious, right? God made particular women for the people of Adam. And apparently there's other nations of people that envy that because they cannot create or recreate those type of women for themselves. That's why they marry into particular types of women, into our women, because they can't recreate the kind of women that we make. You can marry one, but once you have a baby of your seed, they become you, no matter what they look like. That's exactly what goes on. I'm not lying. Now, I've shared this with y'all before, and I told you this, and I'm going to let this young man say it to y'all. And you know what? I consider him a brother because at least he's using his mind and his senses, and he understands what I've been saying for a long time. Not all skin folk is kin folk. Listen to what he's saying. You people that are still confused, that think because you look like somebody, there are your people. This is why these West Africans want to be Ethiopians, South Africans, North Africans, Central Africans, but themselves. Matter of fact, they want to be Asians, Europeans, and Hispanics, but never themselves. That West African crew, we're going to get to know the West African crew from the other tribes. And then we're done. Let's go. We're almost finished. I'm going to give y'all, how much time I got? 45 minutes maybe, till 12 o'clock, and then we're done. Okay, let's go.
This video with you because it shows a woman who bought into the idea of an African utopia, and she moved to Ghana just to find out that it was not what she expected. And so I want to share this video because it shows a very important lesson about expectations and reality, and also why I don't see myself the same as other people simply because we share a somewhat similar skin color.
Thank you, my brother.
That's gonna hurt.
This is why I call him a brother. Believe it or not, I call him more of a brother than some of my own so-called brothers. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate individuals that are thinking like this. Like, just because you look like me don't mean you're my gente. That's smart. That's using your common sense. That's reading and studying and actually applying it and discerning. Like, yo, bro, why are we so different? Because not every tribe is the same, yo. But see, that's a lot easier for us so-called Hispanics because we've seen people that look just like us treat us like shit. And the spirit was just different. Like, bro, you look like me, but you do act different. Yes. See, we know that. You guys are barely learning. Hopefully, maybe you may learn something from this channel. Or temporary. Because Friday, Meshiacha Chronicles is coming back to life, bro. Oh. Let's continue. I appreciate this, man. Listen to what he said. Let's go again, and I'll shut up. Let's watch it.
I want to share this video with you because it shows a woman who bought into the idea of an African utopia, and she moved to Ghana just to find out that it was not what she expected. And so I want to share this video because it shows a very important lesson about expectations and reality, and also why I don't see myself the same as other people simply because we share a somewhat similar skin color or even have ancestors who come from the same place. So here we go.
There are Americans coming over here being nasty, doing nasty things, and being bad to the locals. Now, let me flip the script, okay? Let's talk about the fact that we get abused over here, too. The thing about Ghana is stop crying victim. Stop crying victim, because y'all cheat us out of a lot of stuff. Y'all invited us to come home, which by the thousands we did. We came running to Ghana. People sold their homes, moved out of their apartments, sold everything. Some people packed up containers and moved over here just to get over here and realize this is not our home. Y'all call us foreigners. Ghanaians call us that. We didn't make that word up. We didn't start calling ourselves that. We don't know that that's what y'all call the white people and the Chinese because we're not around them. But we know that that's what y'all call us. I ain't never heard the word before, Tabby, till I came to Ghana. Okay. Y'all invite us home. Let's talk about what y'all do to us. Starting from the before we get to the airport, we got to have a visa that we pay for to even enter our home. We pay all this money for passports and visas to get here. We get to the airport, and as soon as you see a blue passport, everybody's coming for us. Can you give me something small at the COVID place? You get to immigration. Can you give me something small? You get to baggage. Can you give me something small? A person grabbed a damn cart and put my bag on it and got mad because I gave him $5 because I only had hundreds because you come over here with hundreds to get the best, cash in rate. How about he looked at that and said, I don't want that. I said, what you mean you don't want it? I said, I want to know, what did you expect me to give you? He said, $10. I said, so you want me to give you over 100 CDs for picking up a bag, putting it in a cart? He don't know this is like my 5th time coming through the airport. I have never seen nowhere in any country or state where people have openly, it says, $60 for foreigners, $30 for locals, okay? You go to Cocoon Park, and I don't remember the price. Let's say $200 for foreigners, because that's what y'all call us, $40 for locals. You go to the castle, it's $60 for foreigners, $10 for locals. I ain't never seen that nowhere. I ain't never went nowhere in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada where it said you pay, if you a local, if you're from here, you pay $3 for a Coca-Cola, but if you're a foreigner, you pay $8 for a Coca-Cola. I ain't never seen that nowhere. Except Ghana. Nobody in the airport has ever asked me for no money for nothing. I have only seen that in Ghana. Now let's talk about the fact that y'all welcomed us home and how this process looks to me. According to y'all, the ones of us that were stolen, so let's talk about the process of coming home. We got stolen from our mother, our birth mother and father. 20 years later, we're probably 26 years old now. Our mother finds us and she said, baby, y'all come home. I miss you. Come back home. Get out them streets where they don't love you at and come home. So we drive, take a taxi, however we get to our mother's address, we get there. But before she let us come through the door, she says, oh, welcome home. But before you come in, can you pay me $300 to enter the door? That's the visa to come home. So, okay, we happy to be home. So we paid $300 to our mother to step foot in her house because we're excited to be home to the motherland, okay? We get in there and now it's dinner time. And she has plates on the table for the kids that grew up in the house. And she has a plate on the table for me and my sister who was stolen years ago. And she says, oh, my daughters, because you didn't grow up here, my children get to eat free that grew up here. But because you were stolen and you're just coming back, I have to charge you $20 for a plate. So me and my sister, we're so happy to be home. We're confused. We pay her $20 for a plate. Okay. That's the cocoon. That's y'all giving us different prices for. Okay. Now we're at our mother's house and we're enjoying being there. We see something's a little weird, but we enjoy being back home with our mother. We decide we want to stay. And she goes, oh, you want to stay a little longer? You're going to have to pay me $1,000 every year to stay here. That's the residency. Now we're paying her for residency, even though she invited us home after we were stolen from her. Okay. Now we pay the residency. And then we decide, you know what, we want to get on the birth certificate. We kind of like it here. It's a little weird, but we comfortable enough to stay here. And she tells us, oh, in order for you to stay here, I have to put my name on your birth certificate. That's going to be $3,000 each, please. And then I will put your name on the birth certificate and you will become a family member. That's the citizenship. That's the citizenship. So how are we home if we got to pay? Why aren't the visas free? If this is home, why don't you make this visa free for us? If this is home, why do you have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
That's because many of them don't see you as their people. They try to get people to move to Ghana, not back to Ghana. That's because the black American folks, they're not from there, right? They're from America. They're born and raised in America. But many of their ancestors, hundreds of years ago, they may have been from there. But people have to understand that there's a big difference between themselves as a person who's living in the flesh today and their ancestors who were people who were living hundreds of years ago. Because anyone who traces their ancestral lineage back far enough, they're going to end up finding ancestors that come from the continent of Africa, right? That's everybody out there, at least according to what science shows us today. But at some point, they moved on, right? After they left the continent, they developed different cultures, different languages, different customs, right? Different ways of thinking, right? And they became something else. And that something else would have been largely unrelatable to the same people who remained on the continent of Africa, right? And that's just the story of humanity as a whole. And it's no different for the people who call themselves black Americans. They became something completely different over time. And that's why, as she said in the video, that they call the black Americans foreigners, right? A foreigner is just someone who's an alien or is someone who's not from that area. And so the Ghanaians, they're in their right mind when they call the black Americans foreigners, because that's exactly what they are, right? What else do you want them to say, right? That's what they are. They're foreigners. They're not from that area. And so some of their ancestors hundreds of years ago may not have been foreigners, but the people living today are, right? And so understand the difference, because she didn't know that she would be looked at as a foreigner by those Ghanaian people, just like they look at the whites and just like they look at the Chinese people as foreigners, right? And so most of those Africans on the continent, they have not bought into the idea of the African utopia, right? Like some of the black Americans have, right? They've been sold that idea. So I understand why she would be shocked when she went over there and she had those experiences. And so there are also many other black Americans who have moved over to Africa and have had similar experiences that have shocked them, right? Now, is it the same for all black Americans who go over there to Ghana or who move to any of these other African countries? No, it's not. It depends on who you know and how well acquainted you are with the culture of those people. And so, for example, my wife's parents, they're very much into the idea of Africa. And they've been going over there for many years and they've been many times. But over those years, they have mingled with the people, right? And they've learned the culture, which has made them many strong connections with some of the local people. And so it works for some people when they understand that the culture is the key, not skin color or ancestry. Because although I had many ancestors that were from the African continent, I, the person living right here in the flesh and talking to you on the camera, do not share the same culture as they do, right? I don't share the same culture. So when I visit countries like Nigeria and Ghana coming up within the next year or two.
You get the gist of it. We're almost done. We're almost done. I'm actually looking for something too, to be honest with you. That's why I'm kind of taking my time. Let's see if I can get it. This is the interesting one. Again, I've been saying this for quite a while.
I want to show you this clip of this.
It takes somebody like him for people to listen. I mean, what do I know, right? Let's go. We're almost done.
Jamaican woman who's been having some problems with the black American customers in her business. And when we watch the video, she's going to tell you how she has customers from different parts of the world, Africans, Asians, Europeans, etc. But the ones that are giving her the most problems are the black Americans. So here we go.
African people stay here, I have Jamaican people stay here, I have white people stay here, I have Spanish people stay here, and I have black Americans stay here. I'm not saying not all black Americans are bad, but the ones that came to my place have been nothing but problem. Only two good ones came here, all of them. Fight late at night, not with me, with each other. They're disrespectful, they're entitled, they're unappreciative. And it is that way because America has spoiled them and give them so much free shit. But they think they could come to Jamaica and get the same free shit out here and be nasty about it. I'm not saying all of you are like that. But because of that, I'm not risking my health and my happiness for people. No short-term stay. No short-term stay. It's not going to happen here. I'd rather eat salt and banana and let goats and cows live into my houses than I have people come here and stress me. I will not hate my business because of customers. A lot of business people are miserable because of some kind of customer. Not this place. I don't want my place is drama-free.
I don't want any ghetto black Americans here. No ghetto entitled, spoiled black Americans that America has spoiled. I don't want them here. We'll not change that, okay? And I'm not going to change the verbiage. I'm saying exactly what I feel. I was a landlord in America for 10 years. Let me tell you, I've had tenants that their rent was $12 because Section 8 paid the rest of it for them. You're like, I don't get any free shit. What is free shit you're talking about? I get free shit. You got a lot of free shit. Those are the people I don't want here. $12 rent, you'll pay. You have Benz, you drive, you wear $400 a wig, name brand shoes, your kids wear name brand shoes, and you will not, you work minimum hours so you don't lose your Section 8. You got food stamps, you buy lobster, steak, and God knows what everything is. And people that work in 3 jobs can't afford the food. They could buy us under government assistance. I don't want you ask here because I work very hard for everything I have. So I don't want no entitled, spoiled, and grateful Black Americans here. If you work respectful, I'm even open to offer short-term stay for the right people. One thing I learned about the ghetto people too, they have a way of hiding who they are. Because they've been cheating the system so long that they pretend to be something else to get money off the government. And so that's what you do. You call me, you pretend to be somebody else, and when you come here, you show your real true colors. There's none of that here. If you come here, you ghetto, you gotta leave. Period. I don't care about your money.
So this is interesting because it shows another example of cultural differences and why it's important to understand that culture is the key. Not the skin color, like the idea that many people have bought into, but culture. And so she doesn't want ghetto Black Americans at her establishment. And this is not because of their skin color, but it's because of the customs that they bring over there with them. Now, from here, what I want you to do is I want you to listen to the commentary from a gentleman who is a Nigerian American. And his channel name is Corporate Junkie. And the channel shines a lot of light on the way that Nigerian Americans may perceive themselves as distinct from other Black Americans when they come here. And for good reason, too. And so I want you to check out that channel. But right now, let's see what he's talking about in his commentary on this video.
Man, she was really laying that one out there. And you kind of see her heart and see the frustration she has encountering Black Americans, the ones that go there to Jamaica and act out. And it essentially, she's echoing what a lot of people are saying and have experienced when it comes to Black Americans. It doesn't matter if it's in this country. It doesn't matter if it's in Jamaica. It doesn't matter if it's in Africa. We're starting to see a lot of people just express their frustration. Now, you heard her say that she's had African people stay there. She's had white people stay there. She's had Spanish people stay at her place of business. And she's never had any problems with any of these groups except Black Americans. That's real stuff. She owns a rental property, like a vacation property rental business. And she's just like, I've had it. I don't want you here. Don't come. I don't need your business. Because she's had it. Yeah, you have these types of situations where you have the types of Black Americans that go to these places with this entitlement. You heard her say, she said they come with this entitlement because in America, the government has spoiled them with welfare, with food stamps. And so they go to other places expecting that type of, entitlement. They want to be catered to. And if they don't get what they have been used to getting because the government has so much entitled them with social programs and all of that, they become very belligerent. They become very rude. They trash your place. And she's making a public announcement. I don't want your business here. I don't want you here. I can feel that lady's heart. I understand where she's coming from because she's a business owner. I mean, who wants someone that comes to the establishment and causes problem and is a very difficult person? Who wants that? Who wants that? Especially when you have a variety of customers that come to your establishment and you don't get that type of behavior from everyone else. Africans go there to her place of business in Jamaica. They stay, they respect themselves, and they leave when they're done. No problems. White people go there, same thing. Spanish people go there, same thing. So she's not anti-Black because she's clearly a Black woman who caters to Black people in different race. But she's just saying, this particular group, I don't want you here. You're too much headache. You're too much problems. Take your entitlement somewhere else. I don't want your business. That is a bold statement. That is a bold statement. And that is exactly the same thing we're seeing in many places now, like in certain African countries. They're starting to kick Black Americans out of those countries because of the same thing that she's talked about. Tanzania. Ethiopia. We're seeing it also in Kenya. They're starting to kick them out. Because I will tell you, if you have a behavioral issue and you have a behavioral problem, you don't matter what part of the world you go to, you're going to be found out. You're going to take your behavior to other places and people are going to find out eventually who you are. And they're going to see that you are the problem, not the world. And so this group would like to say everyone is a problem. This group likes to, I'm talking about Black Americans now. They like to say that everybody is the issue. This group has it in for everyone. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me. Please help me understand. Tell me which one group Black American is known to love. Please tell me. Because from what I see from the rhetoric and from the behavior, from this group. It seems like this group has it in for everyone. So let's.
By the way, I've read you guys many books. Matter of fact, 2 of them, The Lost Tribes of Myth and also the Leo Africanus, The History of Africa, talks about that there's particular people in Africa that were very prone to being hateful, remembering any little thing you did that wrong to them. And at every way, shape, or form, they were just in arguments with you. There was never peace among them. Okay, just saying.
Let's count it. They don't like white people. They don't like Africans. They don't like Caribbeans and Jamaicans. They don't like Asians. They don't like Hispanics. They don't like other African Americans. So please help me understand out of this group. Did I miss one?
And that's true. And on top of that, none of those groups like them either as a whole, right? If we're just going to be honest with it, most of them, they're trying to avoid them, right? And it's not because of a skin color thing at all, right? This is not the 1920s and the 1930s, 40s, and 50s.
Hey, these are facts right here. Has nothing to do with the way you look. It's the fact that your spirit moves in a fucking nasty, seditious way. Those are just facts. Because I've identified your tribe. And now they're identifying you. They just don't know why you're acting like that. Well, like we said, Canaan was a seditious tribe since the get-go. And, you know, being since the beginning a cursed seed, you will always be by sedition, for sedition, and your children will fall. And your children shall fall. Right? So we see that. Let's go. I'm not saying it. You're saying it.
Right? We don't live in that era where skin color was a more valid blame. But today what we're seeing are the effects of a culture and a mindset that developed during slavery and has continued to develop and has reached a level of maturity in its physically free descendants, right? And people who don't share that same culture and that same mentality, they typically want to get away from them, right? And that's most people, including those who still identify themselves as Black Americans, but don't share those same values and customs. And so I recommend those people to stop identifying as Black Americans, or you're going to continuously get lumped in with those ghetto ones, and you're going to constantly be battling, trying to defend yourself and saying,
damn, bro. I honestly did not. I didn't watch this whole video. Like, I wasn't watching the whole video. But what he's saying is powerful. He's saying powerful. Hey, yeah, stop calling yourselves that. Don't lump yourselves into that, because you know what? You're talking about a particular type of people that may not be our people. I told you. That's why, listen, I've dealt with quote unquote Ethiopian people, supposedly. So has my wife. And my experiences with them have been the kindest of people. Never, nothing, moving in a different spirit. So that's why I was like, I'm not talking to all people that consider themselves African. I'm talking about that particular tribe in the West that likes to hide who they are. That's the troublesome one. And they're going to bring trouble to you. So I'm glad that you see a young man, a young brother here, seeing what we're seeing. He's starting. Again, it all is bear witness of your spirit, bro. We're all different people, different tribes. And there's, like I said, Cain and Abel, you choose what you are. But then you're going to find out that even if you want to be of Abel, you probably won't be at all.
None of those groups like them either as a whole, right? If we're just going to be honest with it, most of them, they're trying to avoid them, right? And it's not because of a skin color thing at all, right? This is not the 1920s and the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, right? We don't live in that era where skin color was a more valid blame. But today what we're seeing are the effects of a culture and a mindset that developed during slavery and has continued to develop and has reached a level of maturity in its physically free descendants, right? And people who don't share that same culture and that same mentality, they typically want to get away from them, right? And that's most people, including those who still identify themselves as Black Americans, but don't share those same values and customs. And so I recommend those people to stop identifying as Black Americans, or you're going to continuously get lumped in with those ghetto ones, and you're going to constantly be battling, trying to defend yourself and saying, we're not like that, right? We're not like them, right? You're going to keep doing that over and over, and it's way more of them than it is of you.
Did I get this? Did I get that wrong? That Black Americans have it in for everyone. They don't like anyone. And I think it's important that if you're Black or you're from Africa, you need to find a way to differentiate yourself. Like for me, I'll tell you that a long time ago, I made the decision to keep my accent, because I needed to differentiate myself from what I saw society's perception. I needed to. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it, because there are people like these groups that are embarrassing the Black race. They're embarrassing the Black. Let them be isolated in their own corner. They don't want to be part of the African, heritage and the African group. Fine. Don't try to emulate their ways and their lifestyle. I'm talking to you Africans now. Some of you like to go over there, places and like to talk like you're a Black American. You like to hold up your hands and you're like, hey, what's up? You're only fooling yourself. Because people are going to perceive you a certain way because there's too much of that group that have gone around embarrassed themselves. And so when you go to an establishment like where you go with like this Jamaican lady, you can't fault her for having a perception because she's seen too much of that type of mannerism and that type of behavior come through her doors, and they've ended up becoming exactly the perception. So you're gonna have to find a way to differentiate yourself. Like for me, I kept my accent, so my accent is a differentiator.
Now, this is serious right here, what he's saying. He made a decision to keep his accent so he could distinguish himself from Black Americans. And what I will say is this was a very wise decision that he made, right? Very wise, because speech is another identifying marker that can tell others about a person, right? And so when people in America, when they hear him speak, they won't lump him into their mental filing cabinets with the Black American group, right? Which is what he desires. And I think this is a very smart thing for him to do. Dress culture, right? Attire, right? This is another culturally distinguishing marker. And there's a lot more as well, right? But I completely understand what he's saying, and I know exactly what it is that he's doing because we had to do this ourselves. We had to create our own cultural differences to create a distinction within our own mind and within other people's mind. And so dress, this being one of them, and also the name, right? We don't identify ourselves as Black Americans, right? That identity has nothing to do with us at all, right? That's something that was invented by a colonist in the slave world. And so we call ourselves Earpoys, right? And we're people of the free world. And eventually we want some of you out there to join too. So let's keep going though.
Okay, I got another title, but let's go.
When people hear me talk, they're like, okay, you look like you from Africa. You look like you're different. Or even if you don't have an accent, you might have to start using your first name, your Nigerian name. My name is, your Nigerian name. And if you're an African American who doesn't toe the line of these types of behavior, you're going to have to find a way to separate yourself, because understand that this group would like to make everyone think that all Black people, Black Americans or African Americans think like that.
Oh, they're all the same people, right? We got about 30 minutes. I said till 12. I'll stay till 12. Let's go.
They would like to make it known that they're all one in this. That all African Americans think like this, African Americans behave like this, and that is simply not true. That is not true. I've been around long enough to know that is not true. There's a difference between Black Americans and African Americans. And that type of behavior that we see, entitlement, I just want to, who cares, cater to me, I'm lordship, all of that nonsense, that's a Black American behavior. Those are the people that taught that whole line. That's my personal opinion. Who cares how you feel about it? So if you're one in the African American community and you don't tote that line, you're gonna have to find a way to differentiate yourself.
And that's one of the main messages that we have on this channel, to separate from people who want to stay as Black people, right? And they want to keep that Black culture, because they will prevent you from climbing out of the pit because of the mindset that they have and that culture that has been developed, right? And we want to help as many people as possible who come from that background and desire to move away from it, because what I'm telling you right now is that most of them, they have no plan on moving forward and moving away from it, right? So it's either you stay in the pit with them or you climb out of it, right? Those are the choices.
And in my opinion, the differentiator would be you coming up and say, hey, I love my peoples, I love Africans, I love Jamaicans. That is a differentiator. People will see you differently, and then you act accordingly. Otherwise, people are going to lump you in this, and you can't blame society, because people only go based off of perception. We're a perception-based environment. We live in a real world. Do you understand this? And so if I'm a business owner, or if I'm encountering a type of behavior pattern from a particular group all the time, as a human being, you're just going to perceive that the next one from that group might be that way. Doesn't necessarily mean so, but you would perceive that. Because you're a human being at the end of the day. You have something to protect, either yourself or your property. So what I'm saying to you, my 2024 advice for all of you right there, is that you're going to have to find a way to differentiate yourself, because you're dealing with people in the world, you're dealing with real human beings, you're dealing with a lot of things. And if you don't want to be perceived a certain way, make sure you find a way to differentiate yourself, whether in your name, whether in the way you talk, whether in your mannerism. You're going to find a way. You're going to have to. Otherwise, you're going to risk being lumped with these sets of people who go around, don't care about how they act in public.
Again, his channel is Corporate Junkie, and I recommend that you go and check out his channel so you can see things from a Nigerian American's perspective. And so hopefully this video has helped someone out there and has allowed you to climb just one more rung on the ladder out of the pit to get into the free world where life is much better and it makes more sense. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you.
I told you. I haven't been lying. Since 2022, I've been telling y'all. I've been telling you guys since 2022. I told you who was going to fall first, Sakari. I told you that they were going to lump up wobbles and BHIs. I told you they were going to do that. And then I told you that eventually they're going to turn on each other in regards to doctrine. Now they're all changing doctrines, family. I'm telling you right now. So let's get a little feel for the spirit of envy, seditious nation, meaning now we're identifying who this tribe is, right? Now we know exactly what they're talking about. Now we can isolate them. And now they need to be isolated because like I said before, I'm going to come after your spirit. I told you who I was, and I was going to take it from your chest. And guess what? I'm doing it slowly. And I'm enjoying it. Thank God. Let's go.
Why don't y'all have the energy you got for natives that never did anything to your people? Why don't you have this energy for the people that enslaved your ancestors and stole them from Africa and brought them here and raped them? Why don't you
know why? You know why? You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because they're too pussy. That's a fact.
Yes, they don't say half of this shit. Dude, he could not get away with what he's saying in the real world. You get smacked up. You get place. Kanye.
Sorry, but I don't know who raised these guys. You might want to come get your kids because they over here on TikTok acting nuts.
Hey, I'm telling you, family, I'm going to say this right now. You don't need to be a gangster to fight for your heritage. I heard somebody, I think one of the one that VTZ had recorded before, they were like, oh, yeah, we're going to come get it. I'm like, yo, listen, you can come try. Come try.
That's gonna hurt.
Because there's one thing that you don't know about our people. When it comes about family or bloodline, that's why when we unfortunately go to jail, we got no choice. You either follow or you die. That's unfortunate, but those are facts. Now let's continue with this real quick. I'm gonna read something to y'all because we're finishing up. Now, I know that this is the time. Remember the wars, rumors of wars, and people will separate from themselves and they'll start clinging back to their own kind. Well, we're kind of on that time frame now. We're starting to separate each other. Now, you that are marrying your daughters and sons to these people because you don't have woolly hair, you're stupid. I pray for your daughter, bro, but you know what? You kind of put her in that situation, bro. I think your daughter, Cornelius, trusted you to make a good choice. And I think you led her into that marriage. Oh, because you want to be black. Matthew 24:32, learn the parable of the fig tree. When the branch is yet tender, remember about the tree. Right? I see man as trees. But this is talking about time. The parable of the fig tree. When the branch is yet tender and put it forth leaf, you know that the summer is nigh. You know what that is? When you harvest a tree, let's say you do it around July. By December, it starts budding, putting forth leaves. But remember, the summer is yet, you know that the summer is nigh, meaning that we still got to go through spring. So right now, we are in spring. We're past the put it forth leaves. We're in spring now. Summer is here. And summer is close. And how do we know this? You're seeing it all over the place. 2 Ezra 9, check this out. He answered me and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before from the beginning. Then shalt thou understand that this is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes, shakes, tsunamis, right? Uproars of the people, war potential in Israel. Europe is going nuts. Russia is going nuts. Here in America, they're going nuts. In Central and Mexico and South America, they're starting to say, F you, BRICS, They're trying to exit off of the dollar. Then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time when the highs will visit the world. Right? When we see these things, uproars, arguments, shakings, you know what I'm saying? Now you guys know Helena and then this other one, man. And this is the worst it has gotten. Then thou shalt well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning, meaning before creation. For like all as that is made in the world had a beginning and an end, the end is manifest. Even so, the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works, and ending in effects and signs, we see them. Everyone that shall be saved to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed. Works is your fruits. And faith is hoping for mercy, that you did your best. Because you believe. Because you believe and you show love to your brethren, your family, your brothers and sisters, like your actual bloodline. You guys that are angry at your family members because they believe in some other things, yo, stop it. Stop it, seriously. Because I did it. This is not the time. Any root of bitterness, bro, get rid of it. That's why it says, reap in mercy. And everyone that shall be saved, which shall be based on what? The works that you put, the application towards the understanding, towards the examination, towards making sure that you understand that James first was talking about Genesis 4, 7, and 8. The pattern of sin. Since the beginning. It starts in the mind. That's how he was saying, yo, the old way used to be like you cheated on your wife when you slept with another woman. No. That shit starts in the mind. The pattern of sin. That's what started to destroy us in the first place. If you are spiritual, you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you're not, then you're going to be like, I'm just a joke and I'm a Christian probably, because I'm not. I don't celebrate Christmas or any of that shit. And everyone that shall be saved, by the way, my so-called birthday was 2 days ago. I turned, almost 50. I totally forgot about it. I had to be reminded. I had to show my ID. I bought something. And everyone that shall be saved and escape by his works and by faith, whereby he believed. Whereby ye have believed. Whereby he believed shall be preserved from the perils and shall see my salvation in my land. See this? And shall see my salvation in my land and within my borders. For I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. So if you were from the beginning, you will understand what this all has been talking about. In the last hour of temptation, you shall be saved. A lot of these people got caught up in the woolly. The last hour of temptation, Nimrod is going to come back just to tempt y'all again. He gave you the white man. Now he's like, yo, I know you like this. I'm black and comely. Who would fucking say that? The nerve of these people to say that Solomon said that shit. He's a schizo and a pervert of his own self. He's looking at himself, trying to have sex with his own self. That's what IUIC is saying. Then shall be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways, and they have cast him away despitefully, shall dwell in torment. Why? Because you didn't hearken to your brethren, and you wanted an image, like you told that Hispanic brother. See? So you're saying I have to believe in the Messiah that he's black in order for me to get salvation? See? Is that why you married your daughter? See? Dumbass. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me, like Canaan in Wisdom of Solomon 12. And they have loathed my laws. Why? Because of sorcery. While they had yet liberty, when you were given repentance, even in the times of the flood prior to, when Noah was saying, yo, listen, repent, everybody, stop now. Cain and Seth's seed was already mixed. And now people were given a chance. Listen, just stop right now. All of you guys stop. Or he's going to destroy us. Okay, fine. Don't listen. While they had yet liberty and when as yet the place of repentance was open to them, that's everybody, family, prior to Noah. But despised it. The same must know it after death by pain. They're coming back. And therefore be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished and when, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is and whom the world is created. Then I answered and said, I have said before, and now I will speak also hereafter, that there be many more of them which perish than them which shall be saved. Check this out, family. And this is the sad part. Like as a wave is greater than a drop. And he answered me. So he's basically saying that out of a wave of the ocean, a huge one. Only a drop is going to make it. Like as the field is, so is also the seed. You see this? Here we go again. The parable of the tares and the wheat. Back at it again. Cain, the tiller of the ground. Abel, the gatherer of sheep. We knew that the spirit of the Messiah would be implemented upon us, that would start gathering our people, not by filthy lucre, not in merchandising, y'all, but giving you true facts about what am I seeing in the scripture. Here's what I got for y'all, because I'm not trying to convince you guys. You have to convince your own self. That means you have to study this to prove me right or wrong. And he answered me and said, saying, like as a field is, so also is the seed. As the flower be, such are colors also, such as the workman is, such as also the work, and as the husbandman is himself, so is the husbandry also, for it was the time of the world. You see this? Flowers of different colors. And now when I prepare the world, which was not yet made, even before them to dwell in that now live, no man spake against me, meaning before. See, we all at once hearken. For then everyone obeyed. But now the manner of them which are created in this world, that's made, are corrupted by a perpetual seed, Canaan. Cain, Ham, Nimrod. I'm going to tell you something, family. I believe that these Canaanites really want to outbreed you. I think so. Watch this. Remember this video? And this reminded me of this. Let me see something. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where was this one? Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I still got time. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I got 15 minutes. I said I'll be done at 12. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Is he in here? Where's that video? Let me see if it's this one. No, that's not it. Let me see if it's this. I think this is it. Let's see. All right, give me a second. Is that it? Oh no, that's that's funny. Shit is funny. Hold on. Ah man, I can't believe it. I had it, family, in what was the video? Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'll remember. I probably can't find it. And the reason I'm saying this is because remember the video I showed you with Vocab Malone? He's showing the GMS people, or Sakari, the ISPK at that time. And he was like, 90% of you black women are gonna die. 90% of y'all ain't good. But we have the Hispanic women, the Mexican women, the Puerto Rican women. We still got them. And then I'm like, wait, hold on a second. But if they're the same people, wouldn't the 90% of those women die too? No, basically he's saying you guys are concubines. So give me your bitch. But that's exactly how this seed is, perpetual corruption. And by a law which is unsearchable, rid themselves. This is why in a spiritual way, they do the tares and the wheat. Go ahead and give your daughters away. By all means, please do. Less of you idiots to be created again. So I consider the world, and beheld there was perils because of the devices that were to come in it. And I saw and spared it greatly, and have kept me a grape of cluster and a plant of a great people, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain. Who was that? Remember Cain married the daughters, right? And then the sons of God married Cain's daughters. And let my grape be kept, and my plant, which with great labor have I made perfect. Now we see, once again, 23. Nevertheless, if thou wilt cease yet 7 days more, but shall not fasten then, but go into the field of flowers, where no house is builded, and eat only the flowers of the field, taste no flesh, drink no wine, yada, yada, yada. Y'all can see that. And pray continually, right? So he's talking about those things. All right, so Jack, check this out. Let me skip this real quick. Well, I actually read a little bit more. Let me go back. Verse 8. Shall be, I'm sorry, it says here, so a work by faith shall be preserved from the set perils, and show my salvation in my land within my borders, for I have sanctified them from the beginning. Right? So what does that say? This one right here. Check this out. And I had said it earlier. I'm glad I wrote it down. Revelation 3:10. It says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. The spirit of Nimrod. Once again, worship who? The woolly man, the woolly team. That's what it is. And like I told you, there be spirits that go to and fro among us trees. And there will be lying spirits that will make you believe that they're correct. Didn't Second Esdras, or was it First Esdras, I think? No, Second Esdras 11. Watch this. It says, for such are false prophets, 13. Deceitful workers transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into the angel of light, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The enlightenment. Freemasonry believes in Satan because they believe he's enlightenment. He's the light. He taught good and bad. It means to appreciate good, you got to do bad. That's what he's saying. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed into the ministers of righteousness. Doesn't ISUPK and GMS say you can, and GMS and Sakari, you can deal with prostitutes? They still say that. And you can have multiple women and all that shit. Let them believe it. So now we know. We got spirits. We got dealing with people. We understand that we have to deal with these particular, what do you call it? I don't know how to say it. This particular types, I guess. 2 Angel 7:57. Then answered me and said, this is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight. Remember, he shall bruise the head, and thou shall bruise his heel. Unto the woman, Genesis 3:16, he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception, and sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be unto thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Verse 15, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman. The spirit that was in Cain, in the woman. That's why we see Cain being born first. And the woman, because she was already in sin, right? And between thy seed and her seed. So this seed of the woman is Adam's seed. Because as you can see again, once more, Cain, before Seth was born, Cain had wives. Who did he sleep with? Right here. Who did Seth sleep with? The bloodline of Adam and Eve. These were not giants, family. It's called considered tyrants. People that will usurp their authority over you. That will claim to be that they're Hebrews of the Bible. And then say that you're not. It's an interesting video.
That's the only.
I want to show you real quick. I'm not going to get blocked on it because it's not the actual, video and shit. But before we continue, I want to go to this particular verse. Sorry, I almost forgot to read it. We're almost done. I told you. 2 Ezra 16:1. It says, "Will be unto thee Babylon and Asia. Will be unto thee Egypt and Syria." What are we seeing? What are we seeing? Gird up yourselves with cloth of sack and hair. Bewail your children and be sorry, for your destruction is at hand. The sword is upon you, and who could turn back of it? This is the scary part right here. You that are not examining, repenting sincerely. Verse 77, will be unto them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities, as a field is covered over with brushes, meaning that you didn't break that fallow ground, you didn't get rid of the clods, you didn't trim, you didn't do any of that. That's Proverbs 6. I looked upon a building, saw it all full of nettles and shit and stuff like that. Excuse my language. And I learned from it. Same concept. He's not dressed. He didn't take care of it. You didn't examine yourself. You didn't repent from your sins. You still dealt with it. Like, what it is, what it is. You're covered in iniquity. just like a whole field full of bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may travel through it. Guess what? When it's a dry, fallow ground and it's dry weed, it is left undressed, meaning you never worked on those. You were Cain, like your father, since the beginning, and cast it into the fire to be consumed therewith. That's a heavy point. Anyways, family, I have some videos to show you, then we're done. I'm tired, to be honest. It's almost 12. Got 10. Let's go.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Homework number one, bourgeoisie by Fauher and Andro. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We ended to 5,500 children from their parents policy that led to the separation of up to 5,500 children from their parents, mostly from Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, as they sought asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border. The disturbing policy was enforced as early as July 2017, months before Trump officials even acknowledged it was happening. To this day, over 1,000 children are still separated from their families, many remaining in the U.S. after their parents were deported to their home countries. This is the trailer of Separated.
Separation from your parent is a profoundly traumatizing event. But systematic separation of children from parents, officially, it wasn't happening. But it was happening.
You should tell me how you got involved in all of this.
Define all this.
Their version of stopping people from coming into the country was taking children away from their parents so that people wouldn't come.
Our field staff started to notice very young kids, tender age, anyone below 5. That's kind of unusual, right?
What Zero Tolerance did was turn their helpers into their worst nightmare.
So if you thought the child was in danger, that's the only circumstance to which you would separate.
Can't imagine doing it otherwise.
The government thought that showing the world separations through the eyes of people like me, they would scare the out of people that were attempting to come from coming. Is that the right strategy?
So if you're part of a family and you break the law, you will be incarcerated.
I've honestly never seen anything like that. There are about 1,500 kids in there.
You're a parent. Don't you have any empathy for what they go through?
We now know this was right from the get-go. Someone must have been planning this.
A federal judge says the government needs to reunite young immigrant children with their parents.
We had 14 days to reunify all of the children under 5.
Their assessment form in the system doesn't have that much information. What's your mom's name, Mom? Like every mom, their name is Mom.
Do I call this child abuse? Do I call it torture?
Separation was the purpose. Prosecution was the tool.
It's not over. 5 years later, we are still trying to reunite up to 1,000 children.
There is really nothing to stop them.
This is a new era.
It troubles me profoundly that it could happen again.
For more.
All right, family, man. 5.5 hours. I'm done. Have a good night. Hope it was edifying. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me and this little small channel. Again, the other one was blocked because, I don't know. To be honest with you, you two, you make it make sense to me. Let me show you guys something real quick. Watch this. Watch this real quick. It's right here. Okay. So now I'm going to go to my channel here. Here it goes. Okay. As you can see, 4 days ago, My main channel was blocked because of this. This video is still up. They blocked me because of this. Right here. So I'm going to show you just a little bit. Because at this point, fuck them. Let's see this. Just for like a minute. Okay. They blocked me on the other channel. This is still here. They give me a strike, they block me, but this is still here. They take it down too, but this is still here. Even though I don't monetize, no, were they monetizing? By the way, I got that video from another channel which wasn't even monetized. Well, let's continue.
Going to the source. They were going to, sort of the pure waters of the ancient knowledge.
Yet the irony was that this whole alternative philosophy was based on the Greek version of the Book of Thoth. Nobody could be certain how much it had to do with the original Egyptian text.
Continue with this. I don't think. Yeah, that's what they did. All right. So what is what it is. Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. As you can see, only 50 people saw it in this channel. Oh, I guess 4 people subscribed. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's really the algorithm. But again, when you have a small channel and you actually have good info, it doesn't go anywhere. So significantly, it is significant to have a bigger channel where you can have people more watch it. Have people watch it more. And I don't know, YouTube, did you do it on purpose? I don't know, bro. I really don't know. And honestly, I don't care. I put it up to the Most High, and that's what it is. It is what it is. I dealt with it this way. This is the way it was turned. So be it. You guys have a good night. I hope you guys rest well. And again, man, let's go to work. Let's go to work. And I mean that in all sense of the word. Repent. Have a good night.
de la vida, chilling en la cima, suena nueva rima. Bailando en la campana con mis panas hecho piñas. Rebajada, una fina. Bailando en la campana con mis panas hecho piñas. Aprovechar, para saludar, que comenzó a bailar. Sarando el compás, habrá que sintonizar. Cuando comienza a soñar, desde el río en la ciudad, nunca deja de soñar. Suena y emociona. Nuestra acordeona. Mira cómo la goza. Suena y emociona. Nuestra acordeona. Suena nuestra acordeona.
Con la fe. Ajá. La promoción lunática. Na. Ey. Pregunta dónde se quedó. Pregunta cuándo fue que la muerte por su casa pasó. Pregunta por su vida y mira su cuerpo tiro en la mitad de la cabeza. Y se pregunta si es su muerto más. Si la muerte vino por él, llevándose alegría. A su hermana la puedes ver llorando todavía. Todos se preguntan quién, pero nadie puede responder hasta que pega el fierro en la mano del muerto. Ahora es un fantasma que vive pintado en una pared. El mismo que anda penando en el barrio. No está tranquilo porque caminando con otro la ve. Por la que se mató sin pensarlo bien. ¿Y para dónde es que se van? Cuando por una tonta razón se van aquellos que más quieres. Pregunto para dónde irán. Es uno menos en el barrio y uno más para el recuerdo. De pocos a pocos mi gente se desvanece, pero casi siempre son los que no lo merecen. La muerte de un inocente, lo sabe la gente, pero nadie dice que se lo llevó. Se rompió el corazón, lágrimas de madre, sangre en sus manos y no lo comprende el padre. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente.
Dime dónde están los que desaparecieron, los que no volvieron, los que de uniforme se vistieron. ¿Dónde están los que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una? Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico. Encuentra cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódicos. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara. La muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogen en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios. Como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario, hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno, como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos. Si la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Que te tienen pulsos y otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina. Cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. Esta vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro, loco disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto y su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta, que se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores sin temores y sin valores, deambulando en cada sitio, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor yo está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor yo está presente.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.